all of those disruptions would have happened over the past. Sure that there were social safety nets, decisions to invest in our people, and decisions to stimulate other sectors and diversify our economy. And so, Madam President, I'm going to use this opportunity to talk about the government's investment in the young people of Trinidad and Tobago. We must all appreciate that the young people of Trinidad and Tobago are, in fact, the greatest resources. It is our greatest asset, that demographic, those young people. They carry our future, they carry our hopes, our dreams, and they are the ones with the ability to continue building and fulfilling our potential. Senator Mark talked about the budget actively working against the people. So I'm going to show Senator Mark that this government puts our people first, and I'm going to show him that this is how the budget is working to serve the best interest of the people, how this government is planning ahead, how this government is giving the future generations access to opportunities, how this government is helping people to pursue, particularly young people, to pursue their hopes and dreams. In 2020, our Prime Minister introduced the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, the mandate of which was to focus and put a sharp eye on the young people of Trinidad and Tobago and to present them with opportunities for development and growth supported by the government. Those who want to follow academia, those who want to do vocational, those who have special needs and otherwise, but there is something for every young person in this country. So permit me, Madam President, just to go through some of the things that have been mentioned in the budget, which have started, some have started in the past, and some will continue, and some will be introduced in this coming fiscal year. So, under the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, there is the Youth Development and Apprenticeship Centers. And these centers, highly subscribe this program, will facilitate a 2-year residential program to young males between the ages of 15 to 19 years old, with a focus on the principles of self-efficacy, employability, and good citizenship. Madam President, it is a serious thing. We talk about the girls performing better than the boys in SEA exams. We talk about some boys being lost to gang activity, and this is merely one intervention that the government has put in place. It is one of several. And there are centers located at Presto Presto and in Chatham, which affords the trainees the opportunity for cognitive, social, and cultural development, as well as tech-vox skills training. The Ministry of Youth Development and National Service operates 6 state youth facilities: St. James, Laventille, Basilon Street, Malik Youth, California Youth Facility, and Los Bajo. These youth facilities are non-residential, community-based, and they're youth-friendly spaces where the youth between the ages of 10 to 35 years can participate in a range of youth development programs and activities. There is the CARICOM Youth Ambassadors Program. It is a mechanism for deepening levels of youth participation and partnership in regional integration and in broad social and economic development processes. The CARICOM Youth Ambassadors, which is not exclusive to Trinidad, but all CARICOM countries participate in this. It's a regional network of young Caribbean nationals mandated by the CARICOM heads of government to advocate for and educate young people about regional priorities, such as HIV and AIDS and the CARICOM single market economy. The Youth Agricultural Homestead Program. Madam President, this was introduced just a few months ago, and I believe the initial intake was 200 people, and there were over 2,000 applications, if I'm not mistaken, highly subscribed, and so the government, the ministry has taken a decision to do several more cycles so that the applicants, many more applicants, can have the opportunity. And what is this Youth Agricultural Homestead Program? Young nationals, male and female, between the ages of 18 and 35, have the opportunity opportunity to enroll in a program to become 21st century agri-entrepreneurs. These applicants who are successful will be required to enroll in a full-time program through the University of Trinidad and Tobago. And on completion, successful participants will be awarded an accredited certificate of agriculture and agro-processing. The Youth Agricultural Shade House project launched just a few weeks ago. This is a project designed to equip nationals between the ages of 16 to 35 with the skills and resources to develop agriculture cooperatives focused on the production of high-value, short-term crops. This shows that not only is the government serious about investing in young people, but we are serious about food security as well. We have just gone through the ravages of COVID, and we have seen many people starting their home gardens and many people eating what they grow. And this is something that we must encourage, because not only will you save on your own expenditure, it will bring down the country's food import bill, and it certainly will give the young people nutritious and healthy food, because we're not talking about what our consumption is. We really need to be a little more serious as a people in Trinidad and Tobago about what we consume, about the foods that we eat, eating purer, natural, more healthy options. The other program, Amplify. It's a 7-week program intended to train young people between the ages of 16 and 35 years to become skilled music producers and arrangers. The overall objective is to facilitate the continuity and longevity of our country's indigenous musical art form. And we are very proud. We are very, very proud as Trinbagonians to be the founders of the steel pan, to be the founders of calypso and soca. We are parang, we are chutney soca. There are so many different genres that are indigenous to Trinidad and Tobago, and we must seek to both preserve it and build upon it. And so this Amplify program is for young people to do that. All set to foster and promote employability through tech-voc training as a mean of development. It focuses on training in heavy machinery operations. I remember a number of people reaching out, asking if they could be involved in, but it was up to the cap age was 35 years. But a number of women, people my age, over the age of 35, wanted to learn how to handle a tractor, because we need to diversify our skills so that we can always fall back on something. And so I endorse this All Set program. The Apex training program to address, and this is something very, very serious, Madam President, the mismatch between training and employment opportunities, so that young people can become job creators instead of just being job seekers. So it's to enhance innovation, creativity, and spark entrepreneurship and business development, giving the young people the necessary business acumen. The Generation Unlimited is a global multi-sector partnership to transform education so that young people will have the skills that future employers desire of them. Civilian Conservation Corps. We've known Civilian Conservation Corps to be in existence, but it continues to be promoted under the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service. Established in '93 to positively alter the behaviors of the unemployed and socially marginal youth between the ages of 18 and 25. These are not forgotten populations. This government is determined to ensure that every person, regardless of your circumstance, has an opportunity to grow, develop, and thrive. And so on the Civilian Conservation Corps, it's accredited by the Ministry of Education, and it runs for a 6-month program. We have MyLat and MyPat, the Youth Development Empowerment Webinar series to alleviate the debilitating psychological and social fallout of COVID-19. COVID-19 really did us a number. It really, really did everybody a number. There were challenges of being confined in your homes by yourself, the lack of social interaction, young people not getting to go outside and play with their friends. I'm a mother, I have my 3 children. My 3 children luckily had each other, but their friends, they were constantly on their iPads, FaceTiming or Zoom calling their friends who would have been only children, and that was a challenge for people who are only children. The loneliness, the mental challenges of having to deal with that isolation and for such an extended period. These were very trying times. And so the Youth Development Empowerment Series was put in place to innovate digital opportunities of learning and is geared towards assisting young people to better cope with the trauma that was precipitated by the COVID-19 virus, Madam President. Madam President, is very clear. The government is serious about young people, is serious about social development, it's serious about gender issues and protection of our women and children. These initiatives are not only designed to protect these vulnerable groups which are susceptible during these challenging times, but also to create vast opportunities to allow them to thrive and succeed. This government cares about our future, grounding strong policy on the development of our young people. We have discussed the many initiatives available to the young people out there. Madam President, through you, I'm speaking to the young people of Trinidad and Tobago. And so there is no excuse. There's no excuse, or there's no reason, rather, for the UNC to be coming out here and saying that this government does not care about people, when we have clearly demonstrated over the years that we continue to invest in the young people of Trinidad and Tobago. We know that that criticism is not based on fact. That criticism is not based on fact. It is based on whatever is convenient for their narrative, and they continue to try to peddle an alternative narrative in Trinidad and Tobago, I suppose for the alternative country that they are living in. Let's talk a little bit about what happened under gender and child development in Budget 2023. So the issue of gender and child development strikes at the heart of who we are as a society and the level of importance we place on equality of opportunities based on gender and our ability to raise and develop happy and healthy children who become productive members of our society. However, it is during times of great risks and challenges that girls, single mothers, children, and those most vulnerable need protecting and empowerment the most. And this government has always placed great importance on female empowerment. And so I'm going to speak about some of the initiatives that have happened under the Ministry of Gender and Child Affairs. The Trinidad and Tobago Spotlight Initiative. This initiative was aimed at reducing family violence and ensuring integrated quality and accessible services and robust prevention approaches. Rehabilitative Center for Male Perpetrators of Domestic Violence. This center will provide a rehabilitative space for these perpetrators, and the residents will receive counseling, and they will benefit from targeted interventions to treat with anger management and other triggers of violence. The retraining of women who are survivors of domestic violence. Domestic violence is something that's very serious. It can be debilitating to the victims and to the children and to all those concerned. But in this instance, this program is to retrain those women who have survived instances of domestic violence, and it aims to build sustainability in the social safety net system for these victims through training and education, with an underlying thrust towards the graduation of beneficiaries to independent income earners. The Ministry of Gender Affairs also has given one-off grants, the provision of grant funding to groups and organizations, so that it's a whole of country approach. So these NGOs come on board to help with administering some of the solutions or some of the support mechanisms for women who have been challenged. The Barbershop Initiative, it's extremely popular. It's a program implemented to increase the awareness of gender inequality and negative stereotype by creating a space for men and boys to discuss behaviors, attitudes, and gender relations. Now, when we talk gender, very often people assume we're talking about women, but that is not the case. Gender speaks to either male issues or female issues. And we need to change, we need to wrap our minds around the notion that men need support as well. We see men lashing out. We see young boys lashing out and getting involved in gang activities. And it's because they need a space, a safe space, to be properly mentored or molded so that they can really make a positive impact in Trinidad and Tobago. The UN Women Foundation's program, it's a group-based education program geared at consciousness of raising multiple ways in which notions of gender shape socio-cultural cultural realities in our region. Then the ministry has also taken to the reconstruction of the former government quarters to establish a shelter for female survivors of domestic violence. And this project will add to already existing spaces which are shelters or safe homes. And then there's the gender-based violence mini course designed to cultivate improved public awareness and knowledge on the issue of gender-based violence. Sometimes, not intentionally, definitely not intentionally, Madam President, but sometimes we are, as a people, we can be so insensitive. So someone is a victim of domestic violence or GBV, some form of gender-based violence, and we easily just dismiss their situation, or we easily just say, well, just pick up yourself and walk. But sometimes we have to think about all the circumstances, all the factors that affect this person's decision. And so that is what this course is designed to do, to improve public awareness and knowledge on GBV. And so in the Child Affairs Division of this ministry as well, there's the National Child Poverty Reduction Strategy. And this is to address the issue of child poverty in Trinidad and Tobago, including the intergenerational cycle of deprivation. And this is critical to advancing the strategy's development, strategy of development and undertaking a national child poverty analysis. The National Child Safeguarding Strategy, Madam President, is important I go through these programs so the people of Trinidad and Tobago are aware this is what your money is being spent on, all with a view to improving your circumstances or giving you a space to grow or thrive. The National Child Safeguarding Strategy, it aims to mainstream child protection as a key component of the rights of children aligned to the principles of preventing gender-based violence. There are a number of online courses as well. Child Abuse Awareness Quick Course, Child Protection Animated Quick Quiz, courses that will be developed in 2023. Basic Behavior Management for Parents and Caregivers of Children with Disabilities. This is not a forgotten population, children with disabilities. There will be a course in Child Abuse Awareness, Core Behavior Management for Caregivers within community residences. Then there will be a review of Caregivers Training Program, which will provide participants of the program with the tools and skills necessary for employment within community residents. We've talked about the National Children's Registry and electronic database that will foster an integrated, proactive, and collaborative approach to addressing child development issues. Financial assistance to community residences with payments per child. So the payment per child system provides financial assistance to all eligible community residences that provide care and protection to children. A migrant home for girls, a confidential place of safety for migrant girls, due to be opened in the calendar year, this year, is due to be opened. The Child Rights Ambassadors Animation Program, I know that is already in swing. I know the mother of one of the children who was selected to be a Child Rights Ambassador. The U-Report, an online platform which allows young persons to speak about issues that affect them. Child Abuse Awareness Quick Course, it was developed following the increase in child abuse reports during COVID-19. It's a 24/7 free 30-minute video which educates participants on identifying and responding to child abuse. So, Madam President, there are so many initiatives that have been undertaken by this government over the past several years and which will continue or which will be introduced in the coming years. And so to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, to the young people, to the single mothers, to those who are victims of domestic violence, this is what the government is putting in place for you. And so I want to endorse all of these programs. Madam President, today is Wednesday, the 12th of October. 5 years ago, on Friday, the 13th of October, the government granted a one-off public holiday for the indigenous peoples, recognition of the indigenous or First Peoples of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam President, there are several things that I'm very proud of. I am Trinidadian. I'm very, very proud to be Trinidadian. I am Arimian. I love Arima. My navel string is buried there and it will never leave. I love the PNM because I believe it is the correct vehicle for good governance in Trinidad and Tobago, and I'm very proud of being a PNM. I'm proud of being a mother of 3 wonderful girls, but I am incredibly proud to say that I am of First People lineage, which, yes, and I am a member of the Santa Rosa First Peoples communities. And this morning, Madam President, before the sitting started and during the sitting, the Santa Rosa First Peoples held a ceremony just on the northern side of the Red House, outside of the House chamber. And the chief of the First Peoples, Ricardo Barrett-Hernandez, and our Queen Nona Lopez-Aquan, and several members of the Santa Rosa First Peoples community, along with a few visiting delegations from indigenous communities around the region, were outside in the traditional smoke ceremony, 1, honoring the ancestors, and 2, recalling the find of the indigenous bones from the excavation exercise or the renovation exercise in 2013. And as we know, in October of 2019, these bones were buried at that exact site, which has now been covered up. And so this morning, as the First People celebrate what we call Heritage Week in Trinidad and Tobago, that ceremony was taking place. Yesterday was the river ceremony, and we will have other ceremonies continuing during this week. And Madam President, I say all of that to say that the government, this PNM Dr. Keith Rowley-led administration, is very serious about the advancement and preeminence of the First Peoples of Trinidad and Tobago. This is not a joke. This is not something to take lightly, Madam President. I was highly offended, and I remain highly offended last year when the leader of the opposition borrowed a carnival costume and put it on to represent the First Peoples, and I found that highly offensive to the First Peoples of Trinidad and Tobago. But this is not a costume party, Madam President. This is serious business we're talking about. The First Peoples were the First Peoples of this country, and this government is serious. It is serious about the preeminence of First People. We are all aware that the government has granted 25 acres off of the Blanchisseries Road in Arima. And so, Madam President, work continues on this site. It was announced that water and electricity will be put on that site in the coming year. So last year, the Ministry of Sport and Community Development, which is the line ministry for the First Peoples, was intended to undertake a feasibility study for the Traditional Village and Living Museum, which is part of the grand plan of the First Peoples Village for the Santa Rosa First Peoples community. The ministry completed the terms of reference for the study in consultation with the Ministry of Planning and Development. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, that study was halted, but the study will now take place. And so the government in the PSIP, the 3-year PSIP for 23, 24, 25, devoted energy and resources towards the development of the First Peoples. And this project, which falls again under the Ministry of Sport and Community Development, is a medium-term 3-year project. It is anticipated that the feasibility study will be completed and development works will commence. And so the government has allocated 11.77 million over that 3-year period, and the planned works, I'm going to outline it, are as follows. In fiscal 2023, there will be the conduct of the feasibility study, the construction of 2 benabs. A benab is a traditional Amerindian native hut or shelter, and the installation of totem poles. There will also be the continued construction of the retaining wall, roadworks, and drainage. Next fiscal 2024, the construction of a cassava factory. Cassava has so many uses for the First Peoples and can be so beneficial. So next fiscal, we anticipate that there will be the construction of a cassava factory. There's also anticipation that within fiscal 2024, there will be the completion of the Amerindian village and the living quarters. And I want to invite, Madam President, you, members of this chamber and the national community, to visit that Santa Rosa First Peoples site and see the work as it continues. We have been having several ceremonies there over the years, and we anticipate in fiscal 2025 the continuation of works on that village, which is meant to be a medicinal center, traditional center, and honoring of what our traditions are in the First Peoples community. And I want to thank the government for investing in the First Peoples of Trinidad and Tobago and continuing to support the First People on whose shoulders we really, really stand in this country. And so, Madam President, this budget presents hope. I want the people of Trinidad and Tobago to know that there is hope coming out of this budget. I want the people of Trinidad and Tobago to know, or to rather to be confident that we will emerge out of these very, very trying times. This budget shows us clearly that we have a very promising future in Trinidad and Tobago. We are all in this together, Madam President. We will shoulder this together. The government continues to do the most with the least. The government continues to be very, very prudent in its allocation of resources. The government understands what the priorities needed to be given prevailing global circumstances that we must consider, regardless of who wants to discount it and say that Trinidad and Tobago obviously lives in its own little bubble. We are not. We are interconnected in this world, and anything that happens in any other country will have some sort of effect on us. And so, Madam President, as I close, I just want us to remember that in this global era, in this global COVID era, there are so many distortions to what we know as traditional normal. You know, the global food supply has changed. Our shipping mechanisms have changed. Costs have changed. But one thing that remains constant is the love that this government has for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And as I close, Madam President, I commend this budget and I tell the people of Trinidad and Tobago, we are in this with you, and together we will emerge a successful nation and people. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Ibrahim. Senator Ibrahim.
Madam President, many thanks for recognizing me early in this, what is hoping to be a very lively debate as it pertains to the finances and the financial runnings of our Twin Island Republic. To make some comments on a bill in front of us in this Honorable House, labeled an Act to Provide for the Service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending the 30th day of September 2023. I must say, it's a pleasure being back in the booth. It's a very refreshing position to be in, albeit all senators normally, for the purpose of the finance debate of the budget, everyone does normally come up to the booth to make their presentation. It gives me great pleasure not just to highlight the positives and the realities of this budget presentation, as it is what it is titled, which is tenacity and stability in the face of global challenges. Tenacity as it applies to our government, to the never giving up fight to do what is best with what comes our way for the betterment of each and every one of our citizens of this great nation, regardless of the macroeconomic climate that we may face in today's world. And regardless of the social fallouts that have been allowed to fester themselves when it comes to opposing forces, not necessarily from government, but more so from the citizenry. We say it's challenging not just because of the economic output and the economic reality. We say it is challenging because a lot of doubt internationally has been placed upon the shoulders of the leaders by many a person who would have been exposed to so many different conspiracy theorists during what had peaked in a time of pandemic. Leadership in any country at this moment faces its most vertical challenges. And it's not to get over the opposition or to the other party. It really and truly echoes to the citizenry of every nation, whose skepticism and levels of doubt, compounded by more and more as governments around the world did their very best to preserve life, limb, and a standard of living, and in so being hit with a pandemic, were not able to focus on everyday matters which people took for granted. But before I get into this bill, Madam President, allow me to, based upon what I just said, engage the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, those who are listening, those who are viewing on all of our platforms, and to understand the following message. We cannot know where we are going if we do not know where we have come from. And let me ask of you, O great citizen, how many of you follows your government? And I'm not saying blind faith and blind following. I am speaking about following your government as it applies to the decisions that they make that is in your best interest, as opposed to following your government via headlines, via social media spurts, which we are all victims of on a day-by-day basis, whereby you will be able to filter out what the false news is, where we will be able to understand what the true message is. So whether it be on the press, a social media feed, the nightly news, state-owned Trinidad and Tobago television, find your minister, find your MP, no matter what side of the political divide you're on, and follow them and be informed so that you may be able to equip yourself with the best tools of how to run your family and your community. Because when we take into consideration a year and 2 months ago to now, we have 4 simple occurrences as it applies to finance. We had the budget last year, which was followed by a midterm review, which was followed by a spotlight on the economy, and then this budget. But still, people are alarmed when certain revelations and strategies are revealed to the national public. But if it is we follow what is being said, if it is we take the time to educate ourselves and look at it on a holistic perspective rather than a warped perspective and delve deep, we would recognize that yes, the budget is an annual event, but it is a rollout plan to formulate the rollout of strategy for governments of the day. And for what we have been through for the last 7 years, as in addition to the last 2 years, we must all as citizens count our lucky stars that this is the government that has been serving us and making decisions on our behalf. And that is why I love the title of the budget, which says pointed towards tenacity, because it takes a lot in this day and age to do what is being done. Now, we've had a few speakers before. Senator Ryan pointed to a few very pertinent topics, which, in my humble opinion, when she was throwing caution to the wind, she was suggesting personal income tax is a risky business, fueling debt and paying for debt later on is something that we have to look out for. However, that is what governance is. You cannot be scared to make a decision, and you must have the know-it-how and the testicular fortitude to make that decision in the betterment of your community. I would like to share in my readings after this budget debate, budget presentation, one of the executive summaries by a world-renowned company. In addition to all those business communities and business bodies who lauded the performance of the government, and this executive summary comes from Ernst & Young. And it goes as follows, and it's a very small paragraph, but it's very loaded. Given our considerable advantages, we, the business community, ought to pivot or focus away from what our government is not doing and instead focus on what we ought to be doing. It remains profitable to continue to meet the growing and relatively high consumption needs of our population with imported goods and services. However, given the steady erosion of our foreign currency reserves and global supply chain bottlenecks, we ought to act upon the critical desirability to allocate risk capital and resources to value-added sectors such as agro-processing, business process outsourcing, ecotourism, logistics, manufacturing, recycling and technology innovation. Similarly, with our domestic market remaining viable, action ought to be taken to target markets beyond our shores. It is readily discernible that government is not only speaking to this requirement, but it is also implementing incentives to support this orientation. Some recent examples, amongst many others, is the additional funding being provided to the Exim Bank, the institutions of incentives for technology solutions and digitalization, research incentives, the junior stock exchange enhancements, and the enactment of a globally compliant special economic zone regime. Madam President, when I read this, to me, first and foremost, these guys get it. And what do they get? They get what the government has been doing, and they get what the government has been saying. In this paragraph, there lies a wonderful cohabiting relationship with the public sector and the private sector, where there is respect for what is being done for the movement forward of our economy, recognizing the tools that the government has been giving, recognizing the incentives that the government has been putting forward, embracing it, and like a happy marriage, every citizen comes together for the betterment of all, and we all move forward. Now, when I heard Senator Marks rant, I now understood why in another place, on the first response of the budget, I now understand why it is one of their members, that we were only quoting Ernst and Young, Ernest and Young, as opposed to Ernst and Young. Because Ernest is the guy who went to camp back in the 90s. Ernest is the guy who went to jail in that slapstick movie. Because there is no way you can listen to the followings and the flowings of our Minister of Finance, the progress that we have been making, the accolades coming in from all business sectors, and literally stand up in the House and make such claims of dying economies, losses in exports, still graveling with ideas of nominal versus real GDP, when the business community accepts it, moves on, and enhances it. So we have a budget of 56.17, a revenue budget of 56 billion roughly, with an expenditure of 57 billion. And Madam President, we have been lauded, this government has been lauded by the business community in making every effort to reduce the fiscal deficit, which at this year is projected with a 3% growth of economy to be $1.5 billion. Only, as opposed to the other years where the deficit would have been much higher based upon the allocation of funds and having to dip within our Heritage and Stabilization Fund for the purpose of keeping the country going. So we hear a lot of these terms, we hear a lot of these big figures. The national community will be like, wow, they're spending lots of money, but they don't know the how. And the how is governed by our public sector investment program. And the public sector investment program, the PSIP, for the listening public, is described as a strategic investment management tool utilized by the government to transform its vision and policies into tangible programs. This year, the government has allocated $6.16 billion for the implementation of this program and its projects. You see, in the last 2 years, although we had projected a certain amount for the PSIP, we had to redirect funds for survival. We had to redirect funds to the Ministry of Health for the betterment of our nation. However, where these funds are going, it is upon what the public is asking for. Over the last few years, we have heard the cries: infrastructure, infrastructure, infrastructure. We've heard health sector. We've heard agriculture programs. And when it is spelled out to us and how it's going to be spent, the largest allocation of this $6.16 billion, 39%, will fund critical programs and projects in the following sectors: roads and bridges, transportation, information technology and infrastructure, drainage and water security. These are all topics that plague us as citizens and users of our nation's roads and our infrastructure, and this is where it's going. But it goes into areas where we have to understand that it is going to build the country, not just infrastructurally, but create jobs in the construction sector, create jobs in the services sector. It's not just hand-me-outs, fixing something and nobody benefits. It is the economic turnaround where you inject the money, where it counts the most, where you can get the widest appeal and the widest catchment to the user. And the user and our user is the citizens of this country. So look out for the development rollout. Another portion will be spent directed towards health and HIV/AIDS, community development, tertiary education, housing and shelter, sport and recreation, and primary education. Funds totaling $1.58 billion, or 17%, will enhance the following areas: administration, law enforcement, public safety, and citizen security and capacity building institutional strengthening. youth development and entrepreneurship, economic restructuring and transformation, and agriculture remains the top 3 sectors under which the highest allocations were recorded for this thematic area, according to the PSIP report. The government hopes to achieve macroeconomic sustainability over the medium term with an emphasis on fiscal and debt consolidation, with a social conscience, while at the same time creating the fiscal space to address critical challenges. The overarching aim of the PSIP is to ensure that capital investment is strategically directed towards economic recovery and the acceleration of growth which will boost economic performance, according to the PSIP document. So don't just feel that money is being spent in recurrence. Money is being spent in development. And the trickle-along economics of development is employment and jobs, and the injection of funds where it is needed. You know, Madam President, after every budget, one of the #1 feedbacks over the last few years from economists is that agriculture is the bastard child. One has to, as a citizen of this country, to understand where agriculture has reached and where the vision of it is going for us to really appreciate the investment and the timely investment of what agriculture is going through at this point in time in our career and in our nation. Yes, we have programs happening, but why are these programs happening? And why people might say, oh, agriculture gets a meager $1.8 billion, but you want us to replace products and services for food, and you're talking food production and food security, but you're putting one of your lowest figures towards it. It's simple. Not everything you throw money at will give you results. We are not into plant and equipment agricultural practices on behalf of the government. We are about putting the incentives and the facilities in place to encourage agriculture within a wider scope. Now, having attended the recent concluded agricultural forum, one of the most important and one of the most amazing parts of that forum, Madam President, was actually the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding, the MOU, between the private sector and the governments of the region. When you think about it and how unified CARICOM is on this, having had the fallout and the concern of the global constraints on nutrition for the citizenry and how we depend upon foreign trucks to come in for food, which is the main contributor of headline inflation. And we see where we want to go in a few years' time and be able to be. What this government doing now is nothing short of amazing strategic planning to pull this off. We're taking a group of youth to train from 18 to 35 years old and to retrain 36 to 50-year-old in modules for programs in collaboration with the Metal Industries Company Institute of Technology. The Homestead program is going to train for them to understand short, medium, and long-term crops and giving them the availability of land. So we are setting the foundations here for when it is what I would like to call the CARICOM Silk Road, where from Suriname to Guyana to Trinidad and Tobago, 1 million 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 1 up the chain of the islands to the United States of America and back. We take our product, supply ourselves, and then open it up to avenues in North America and beyond. And that is what the vision is. The vision is where we put things in place now to encourage and to enforce, put out the incentives now to ensure that we are ready with a properly planned program, because we can't grow everything for ourselves. We will be dependent upon our CARICOM brothers and sisters to grow other crops to make it happen. In addition to which, 100 participants will be selected to go for the Youth Agricultural Shade House Project, which is administered by the University of the West Indies and the Agricultural Research Extension Units in the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. This is a one-year program which focuses on farming on small portions of land with very high yield. $300 million for incentives, infrastructure, and programs has also been increased for the Ministry of Agriculture. Renewable energy business rebates for agriculture effective next year for the implementation of renewable energy such as solar and wind energy for approval of agricultural holdings. And how does it feed in? The farmers fed into our Feed the Nation program when we needed the food the most, when we had to have hampers, when people were without jobs, when people were without finance. And our agricultural basin is what stood out, one of the things that stood out in times of the COVID. So how do we maintain that? Ministry of Social Development, although they have the food card program, it was recently announced through the Minister of Finance that we would be engaging upon a food box program. And as much as any other place, it was tried to say that the food card program is being diminished. That is not the case. It was the entire share of social interjection for food, for the needy and the indigent, for the sustainability of the nutrition of our nation, of our nationals, is why the food box program has been sorted. This food box program taps directly into our agricultural basin. It puts more control over purchasing and deals directly with the farmers without having to go with a card to a retail outlet where the general yield to the user of the program will be less than the box program. Because when you go with the card, you have to pay the markup of the institution. When you go with the food box program and the vegetables and legumes and produce is handed to you, it is from a direct purchase of the market. But that is one way in which the agricultural programs, with its incentives and links, with the general goal of where we're trying to reach as a nation, feeding ourselves and also reducing our debt. The Memorandum of Understanding was a major one. And that spoke towards retail CARICOM, the business heads, saying that they are committed to making the switch. When we get buy-in from the businessmen and the conglomerates, which we have done in the MOE, this is when success is going to come, and the demand and the supply of goods and services, of food from our region, is going to reach the shelves of all supermarkets and all wholesalers, and our products are going to skyrocket. We are going to be able to feed ourselves, and we are going to be able to be self-sufficient when it comes to nutrition. People may scoff at the 75% grant facility, which is to a maximum of $340,000 for all producers as an incentive to incentivize them to create a viable source of reliability in usage when it comes to flour alternates. But with billions of grain not being able to meet the world market because of world wars or conflicts, the only solution is to find a replacement. So putting an incentive inside there and creating a competition whereby we can start to mill our own ground provisions and replace the grain, which is a healthier way anyhow because it's gluten-free living. We are already a few steps well. Having attended the forum, we would recognize, especially from Mr. Style, that we have a lot of cassava flour on the market. We have a lot of yam. We have a lot of grain alternates. However, we need to make this in a way that it can compete with the palate and the pocket. And by putting these incentives in place, it is only for the envisaged ballooning of the agricultural sector. As we speak of incentives, let me not rein in much more than I'm sure the Ministry of Trade and Industry is going to come and say soon. But as I tie it back to the very poignant comments of the EY, let's focus a little bit on the successes of the Ministry of Trade and Industry as it applies to the incentives, Madam President. As it applies to the incentives. So I'm linking the incentives of agriculture, I'm linking the incentives of infrastructure, I'm linking the incentives of the Ministry of Trade, and the business incentives of tax incentives to show that over the last few years, the people were scoffing, oh, you're just giving a 5% to so-and-so, you're giving a 6%, who's going to take up that? Some members were here up to last year saying, as a businessman, that is a small piece of the pie. But let's see where these incentives have taken our country and taken our export market, and to understand the drive with which we're moving forward into a global into a global economy with Trinidad and Tobago products, food and beverage, and general food product from general manufacturing products from wood products have grown from a pre-COVID time to now to 47.6% growth. And up to August 2022, over 2021, it was recorded to be a 23.4% increase. These come from the removal of trade barriers, putting offices in the global market, in the Dominican Republic, in Colombia, in Costa Rica, and taking the product of Trinidad and Tobago and exporting it throughout the rest of the region. Another area where people always say the governments every day fall short upon, Madam President, is as it applies to what is the government doing for the environment? A very, very, very powerful body. Very, 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 very powerful body, and something that should always be taken into consideration. Was it last week? We had about 3 weeks of rain fall in a few hours in the area of Arima and environs. And when the residents were interviewed, one of the first things they come up with is, hey, it's the indiscriminate cutting down of the bushes, the deforestation occurring on the mountains that is causing this amount of water. No, I don't know. Because that amount of rain in one day or 5 hours will cause a flood. And what we're dealing with on a worldwide basis, the realities of the climate, and as evident of what recently happened in Pakistan, where 30 to 40% of a country who lived along the riverways were washed away and devastated we have to understand, as the government does, what in the environment can we do to stop the indiscriminate use or abuse of our environment. Illegal quarrying, as the Minister of Finance stated, it not only cheats on state revenue, but it encourages criminal activity as it poses a clear and present danger to the environment. This government therefore intends to impose heavy penalties for such environmentally dangerous and illicit activities. Legislative amendments will be introduced to allow the state not just to fine you, but to seize and forfeit your equipment found on a site of illegal quarries. So this is the level of seriousness when we take the raping of our country's resources illegally, that is done in a non-sustainable manner. When we point towards more environmental issues such as illegal state timbering, it is proposed that we would increase the fines from 20,000 to 100,000 and 10,000 to 100,000 as it applies to oil pollution. Up to recently, I read an article, it was this morning. The Minister of Works was lamenting over the fact that a floodgate was stolen. The fines for scrap iron and to mitigate the theft of scrap iron, in addition to bringing about legislation to control that industry, is on the agenda, and the fines have been raised from 15,000 to 100,000. Now, we would say, and we all would say, that you can raise the fine how much you want, but what about the enforcement? Let's talk about the possibility of the enforcement of law as it applies to spreading out the roles of the not just the current police force, but the municipal police, which forms a huge part of the powers being given to a bill that was passed for local government reform. But as of this year, the Ministry of Local Government has received an allocation of $2.7 billion, $327 million more than the previous year. And this is how it has been spread. There's been a 154% increase for the Port of Spain Corporation, 148% increase for San Fernando, a 242% increase for Arima, 133% for Point Fortin, 74% for Chaguanas.
Senator Ibrahim, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. I got a little carried away, but it's just so much good to speak about in this budget. It doesn't allow a 40-minute contribution. Plus, I don't get the opportunity to speak much anymore, so I would have asked you for a Vice Senator 5-minute bly, but I know that doesn't exist. But we have to understand, what we have to understand is the vision of the local government reform. The vision of the local government reform, which has already been pushed forward as it applies to the appropriation of the proceeds of the lawful, much anticipated property tax. Can we imagine the delivery of the government when it is more funds are available? Every regional corporation, every single regional corporation, there's one common thread. We don't get enough money. We have programs. We would like to do more. This year, 327 million more. Think about what's going to happen next year when the money in hand, they are in charge of collecting and they are in charge of spending. Think about the levels of road repair, bridge repair, facilities, road signage, drainage, box drain, homes, social outreaches, and more so, the funding of the municipal police. The municipal police will be a much needed addition to the eyes and ears for anti-crime in our country. As it applies to Pradia Larceny, as it applies to a thief in the night, and it applies to ensuring that law and order is maintained throughout all. So I look forward to this. I would like to comment, Madam President, just on 2 more items, hopefully if time allows me, and to let the general population understand something about Trinidad and Tobago. In fact, you know what, I will brush past a few things very well, and I will submit. Every morning I wake up and I thank God for being alive, as we all should do. That's not anything special, but it's something that is special to me. Because in my book, there is a saying, or there is a verse that goes as follows. And I will not give it to you in Arabic, because I don't believe the Hansard people will be able to write it, but I'll give it to you in English. Which of the favors of your Lord will you deny? Absolutely none. That's the answer. From sight to hearing, to your environment, to everything that's around you. When I take a look at the budget, and I ask myself, and I take a look at the subsidies, the total subsidies, I'm not talking about money spent per capita, but I'm talking about the subsidies, even when held at $1 billion cap for fuel. When we look at 5.4 billion social grants, $2 billion for water, 60 million for electricity, 100 for the air bridge, million, 200 for inter-island airfare, 700 million for electricity, $220 million for transport that is international, gate 400 million, free healthcare $6 billion, and the current cap, it comes up to a tidy sum, $16 billion in total subsidy, and there's more. On a per capita basis, that works out per citizen as an annual spend on every citizen in this country, so that we can able to live and prosper to the tune of $10 million and more. And more so for average life expectancy of 65 years, $804 million spent so that we can enjoy free education, free healthcare, and a good life for all. And I thank God every day for the tenets that has been maintained since the first PNM government in this country.
Senator Ibrahim, the time is...
Madam President, thank you very much.
Senator Seepersad. Senator Seepersad.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to...
Members, please. Senator Seepersad.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the Appropriation Financial Year 2023 Bill 2022. Over the past few weeks, I have listened, seen, and read many observations on the 2023 fiscal measures. I keep reminding myself that an annual budget is an attempt to gauge revenue inflows and make provisions for meeting recurrent and fixed expenditures. Even with the windfall in revenues, the Minister of Finance is hard-pressed to balance the budget and projects a deficit of $1.51 billion. All of this, Madam President, is taking place in a global environment of uncertainty, if not chaos. Among these events are wars and threats of wars, together with inflationary pressures on most economies. I'm assuming that the COVID pandemic is contained and does not pose a significant health and economic threat at this time. We are all part of this country, and every one of us has been impacted by the hardships over the past 2 years and ongoing into the future. To make light of serious business, as is the trait of the typical Trinidad and Tobago citizen, cannot and must not form part of this conversation. The gravity of the financial and social situation in which we find ourselves requires strong, inclusive, and enlightened leadership and input from each one of us. Blaming and shaming will not solve anything in the current situation. Trinidad and Tobago is struggling to maintain economic stability in a volatile and uncertain environment of unstable oil and gas prices, widespread disruption in the global supply chain, higher inflation, and instability in the financial markets. The country is also contending with many systemic issues, including foreign exchange shortages, food security, spiraling crime, which threatens economic and social stability, the rate of recovery, and the standard of living enjoyed by citizens. Even countries with fiscal resources and strong currencies must be judicious, as the United Kingdom has come to realize. What differentiates countries is how they adapt and respond to internal and external shocks, and most importantly, chart a realistic course forward. Madam President, it is abundantly clear that many, if not all, our services require repair and re-engineering. For instance, utilities, including water and sewage, telecommunications, electricity, the transport network, and health, to name a few, require serious attention. Social support systems and services also require rethinking and rebuilding. Education is another example. Given the limited available resources, tough decisions are needed in allocating these resources to areas where citizens are more seriously affected. The results of these decisions will cause pain. While it may be impossible to mitigate the consequences, we must respond with empathy to those who are bearing the brunt of the fallout. Citizens are drowning financially and unable to keep up with the rising cost of living and daily struggle to cope with inefficient and malfunctioning infrastructure and services. A truly scientific poll of citizens' living conditions may reveal the true depths of suffering and allow more efficient targeting of social needs. Madam President, the cost of such a survey is approximately US $350,000. This is not exorbitant for the results to be gained. From a macro viewpoint, the international outlook is bleak, and there are more risks to the downside, according to the IMF. Yesterday, the IMF downgraded its world outlook for the world economy for 2023 to 2.7%. The reasons for the downgrade include Russia's war against Ukraine, inflationary pressures, increased interest rates, and the lingering consequences of the global pandemic. While the war in Ukraine is not a good thing, it is one of the causes of significant financial benefits to Trinidad and Tobago. It is also the root cause of a Eurozone recession that has detrimental consequences for the entire world. The measures announced by the Minister of Finance in the 2022-2023 budget presentation, which are intended to directly benefit citizens, include an increase in the personal income tax allowance from $84,000 to $90,000, an annual tax savings of $1,500, a one-time transport grant of $1,000 to all social grant recipients. However, other proposed measures and initiatives could reduce citizens' disposable income. These include the reduction of the fuel subsidy, implementation of the property tax on residential properties, reductions in the air bridge and ferry service subsidies. It is now clear that most citizens must lower their expectations and standard of living. Further, the increase in fuel prices also has the potential to limit or nullify the overall benefits from the energy transition projects identified by the Minister of Finance in the 2022-2023 budget presentation. Crime. Crime continues to threaten social and economic development and impacts all citizens. While the Ministry of National Security received an allocation of $4.684 billion in the 2022-2023 budget, there's an urgent need for crime to be addressed from both the social and economic fronts. Economic stability demands that this issue be aggressively and comprehensively tackled. Trinidad and Tobago's energy transition. Madam President, I'm heartened that we finally recognize that climate change demands serious attention and focus. The erratic global weather patterns associated with climate change, including the devastating flooding in Pakistan, Hurricanes Fiona and Ian, as well as localized flooding, underscore the urgency for effective action to mitigate these effects and provide timely relief assistance to affected communities and industries. While we cannot abandon the oil and gas sector in the short to medium term, I suggest that more of the energy surplus be channeled into developing the non-energy sectors. We are aware of the finite nature of hydrocarbons, and we must be prepared and ready to transition into renewables. This is critical to Trinidad and Tobago's economic survival. Major energy companies such as BP and Exxon are pivoting their businesses to becoming integrated energy companies committed to net zero by 2050, including emissions associated with the use of hydrocarbons. BP and Shell have committed 2 grid-scale renewable energy projects in Trinidad and Tobago. In the upstream sector, De Novo Energy and Trinity Exploration have introduced low-carbon technologies into their facilities. With the present elevated prices for gas, the Minister of Finance is projecting increased economic development. The proposed measures with respect to 1, renewable energy includes the waiver of VAT on new equipment for manufacturing companies utilizing alternative energy technologies, renewable energy options such as gasifiers to use biomass, and harnessing renewable energy through wind, solar, and water. 2, increase in the investment tax credit for energy companies from 25% to 30% to further stimulate exploration and development-related investments in the energy sector. 3, changes to the supplemental petroleum tax. These are all expected to boost gas production and foster several significant upstream projects. The government is to be commended on its investment in several projects to support its energy transition strategy. This includes the feed-in tariff policy, a renewable energy policy in keeping with its carbon emissions commitment and the target of 30% renewable energy by 2030, and a low-carbon hydrogen industry is being developed with green or blue hydrogen, which is a carbon-neutral alternative and can be used as feedstock for petrochemical production. Madam President, these projects are in keeping with international trends and a move in the right direction. However, to maximize the impact and encourage corporate citizens and individuals to participate in the non-energy sector, comprehensive incentives, structural reforms, and infrastructure must be developed and made accessible. Madam President, we urgently need a national strategic plan to ensure we maximize all possible opportunities and move the country forward in a structured way. This positions Trinidad and Tobago to be well placed in the energy transition for the foreseeable future. And this plan cannot be treated as so many others by being abandoned and left to gather dust on a shelf. The views and inputs of technocrats and a wide cross-section of the society will augment the quality and transparency of such an endeavor. subsidies. Scarce resources are costly. Sooner or later, these costs must be repaid. The longer you take to recognize and deal with these costs, the more difficult and expensive it is to address. The world is now waking up to the reality that after decades of greenhouse gas emissions because of industrial activity and deforestation, the resulting global climate change will take billions of dollars to mitigate. This is assuming this is not too late or too little. In Trinidad and Tobago, we have numerous examples of subsidies which resulted in wasted financial and other resources. ISCOT, sugar industry, World Gas to Liquids project, Beetham wastewater, Caroni, and the fuel subsidy. The consequences of the fuel subsidy include the cost to the country of billions of dollars, benefits the rich more than the poor, and promotes excessive consumption of fuel. Madam President, an effective public transport system, safety of all citizens, and traffic management are the responsibility of the government. These must also be addressed and not just the removal of the fuel subsidy. Education, budget allocation, $5.504 billion. Locking children out of school during the COVID pandemic has prevented many of them from learning how to read. According to the World Bank, before the COVID pandemic, 57% of 10-year-old children in low to middle income countries could not read a simple story. The figure is now estimated to be 70%. The situation in Trinidad and Tobago is no different. 9,000 students scored 50% or less in the recent SEA exams. Further, the purpose of school is not only about learning. It facilitates learning to coexist in groups, social interaction, self-control, and self-esteem. The escalated level of violence in schools suggests that there are other areas which need to be addressed and have deteriorated more with the COVID lockdown. Against this background, Madam President, the school system needs to be more relevant to the education needs of 21st century Trinidad and Tobago. We need to radically reform the education system, where it is every child's right to attend secondary school, and all secondary schools are of a high standard and provide quality education, where every child is literate and skilled and can find a place to grow and earn a decent livelihood. There will always be exceptions, but life in the underworld must never be a first choice. Government assistance for tuition expenses, GATE. Currently, funding under the GATE program is provided for no more than one program up to the undergraduate level. Therefore, students currently cannot access GATE twice. However, the government proposes to relax these restrictions and provide tuition assistance for those students who have already accessed GATE at the diploma, associate degree, or lower technical and vocational education and training level, to pursue bachelor-level degree programs consistent with the country's development needs. This plan is commendable. Education at the tertiary level can positively impact the intelligence core of the available human resource pool. My concern, however, is the lack of development of technical and applicable skills which can accelerate economic activities and opportunities. Presently, sufficient opportunities for graduates are scarce to non-existent. The consequence is that the best, brightest, and most ambitious leave Trinidad and Tobago to seek their fortunes elsewhere. Special needs children, Madam President, make education of special needs children a priority. Every time I make a contribution on the budget, I raise this. We are doing nothing really to help special needs children. The education needs of special needs children have been largely ignored or treated in a haphazard manner. Many of these children have little or no access to formal education. Internationally recognized figures are that between 15% to 20% of any population will have a reading delay or other literacy challenges. This extrapolates to 150,000 to 200,000 people in Trinidad and Tobago, or between 6 to 7 students in each classroom, and about 50 to 70 students in a school of 350 students who need reading support using special methods for teaching literacy, not just extra lessons. Madam President, since 1990, the Dyslexia Association has been training teachers in specific methods for teaching dyslexic children. There are about 800 teachers trained in the public and private schools who receive this training. The teachers are spread all over Trinidad and Tobago. But this is not enough. There is much more that must be done. Agriculture. Budget allocation, $745 million. Managing the country's food supply in the face of COVID-19 and the global energy crisis is critical. Successive governments have attempted to jumpstart the thrust in local food sufficiency with minimal results. Available data shows food imports between 2011 and 2021 were $61.06 billion. Imports increased by 26.7% from $4.72 billion in 2011 to $5.98 billion in 2021. Contribution to GDP is below 0.5% since 2012. Employment in the agricultural sector is approximately 4% of the population. Food inflation was 10.3% in July 2022 because of increased commodity prices and shipping costs, transportation delays, and adverse weather conditions. Agriculture can provide significant benefits, including the creation of industries and jobs, saving billions of dollars on food imports by feeding citizens with homegrown produce, making a substantial contribution to national income and foreign exchange savings. If we are to substantially reduce the bleeding of foreign exchange and the country's reliance on food imports, then sustained and concerted efforts by this sector are mandatory. Madam President, agriculture must embrace modern methods of technology-based farming to provide the nation with an adequate supply of food products. The Renewable Energy and Business Rebate for Agriculture proposed in the budget 2022-2023 of up to $25,000 for the implementation of renewable energy such as solar and wind energy for approved agricultural holdings is a first step. This proposal recognizes the importance of blending renewable energy with agricultural production. However, we need a consistent thrust and further incentives to promote agricultural production for food supply sufficiency. Competitiveness and the ease of doing business. Reforms must continue to be implemented to significantly improve Trinidad and Tobago's competitiveness, which includes the ease of doing business that would allow the private sector to invest. This would lead to economic growth and job creation so that there would be a reasonable level of local business activity, import substitution, and exports. In the World Bank Ease of Doing Business 2020 rankings, Trinidad and Tobago ranks 158 out of 190 countries for registering properties, 174 out of 190 countries for enforcing contracts, and 166 out of 190 countries for the payment of taxes. These indicators support the experience at public offices, frustration, and the high cost of doing business. While many processes can now be done online, it's only up to a point. In some cases, aspects of the process must still be completed in person. The Global Enterprise Registration Network gives Trinidad and Tobago business registration website a 3 out of 10 for its single electronic window and a 4.5 out of 10 for providing information on how to register a business. Madam President, clearly there is room for significant improvement. Some recommendations. 1, An integrated digital infrastructure is critical to enable cashless transactions for businesses and creates opportunities for entrepreneurs. It is critical that Trinidad and Tobago move to a fully digital environment in the short that includes the entire public sector. 2, customs processes must be fully. 3, tax payment facility to allow online payments for under $100,000. 4, efficient VAT refund system. While approximately $4 billion was paid in VAT refunds in 2022, the efficiency of the VAT refund system is unresolved. The government is providing incentives for businesses to go into these companies with inordinate delays in receipt of their VAT refunds. 5, digitization of the trade facilitation process. 6, streamline processes, including obtaining construction permits, electrical connections, land administration system, etc. Heritage and Stabilization Fund. A deposit of US $163 million, or the TT equivalent of $1.11 billion, into the Heritage and Stabilization Fund was made in 2022 because of the higher than expected oil and gas prices. However, prior to 2022, the last contribution to the Heritage and Stabilization Fund was made in 2013. While there were no withdrawals in 2022, US $893 million was withdrawn from the fund in 2021 to help finance the fiscal deficit. The Heritage and Stabilization Fund returned 11.75% for the financial year 2021. That's the strongest annual performance to date, up from 8.2% in the previous financial year. The net asset value was US $5.6 billion as of December 2021. This may be materially different from the current value of the fund, given the deterioration across the international equity and bond markets. However, according to the IDB, the rules for the Heritage and Stabilization Fund have contributed to less than optimal savings. It has been argued that these rules contribute to undersaving, overspending, and an erosion of the wealth of future generations of Trinidad and Tobago citizens. Therefore, Madam President, Trinidad and Tobago could have had better fiscal performance if the Heritage and Stabilization Fund had enhanced savings and withdrawal rules combined with an expenditure fiscal rule. Government's accounting system. Madam President, the government accounts are prepared on a cash-based system and does not accurately reflect the true indebtedness of the government. The exchequer overdraft is one of the many exclusions that contribute to an inaccurate picture of the country's actual indebtedness. The exchequer overdraft, which stands at $42.64 billion as at September 30th, 2021, is not included in public debt of Trinidad and Tobago. Interest is payable on this liability, and the debt must be repaid. The cash-based system also excludes liabilities such as government-to-government debt obligations, government current liabilities to contractors and trade suppliers, future liabilities for current commitments, state enterprises obligations, and refunds including VAT and tax. Some recommendations. 1. Government must undertake a comprehensive review of all government debt to understand the size of current and future liabilities, obligations, and upcoming payables. This includes debt that will be incurred from government-to-government arrangements, other commitments with delayed repayment terms or moratorium periods have to be monitored and included as part of public debt. This is critical to the development of a successful execution of a debt management plan. 2. Implement an internationally recognized public sector accounting system so that the government accounts are prepared on the accrual basis of accounting. Madam President, the 2022-2023 budget represents a ballooning levy on the financial resources of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. The cost of living for a basic necessity such as food, housing, clothing, and medicines are all rising, and added to that is the impact, which has not yet been factored in, of increased fuel prices. Also in the pipeline are the soon-to-be introduced increases in water rates, electricity rates, and property taxes. While we have natural resources, oil, gas, asphalt, and fertile land, together with creative and resilient people, we are in an extremely vulnerable position as a country. More and more people are falling into poverty, and the living standards of the middle class are being eroded. We cannot continue to rely on oil and gas revenue to finance our future in an environment of high price volatility and energy transition around the world. We need more than ever broad economic diversification, transformative initiatives for the long-term survival of the country. We also need enlightened leadership. We need this now. This is our life and livelihoods. We are all part of Trinidad and Tobago, and everyone has been impacted by the hardships that we have endured over the past 2 years and expected to be continued into the future. Reliance and tenacity, yes, but empathy, compassion, and understanding of our fellow citizens also. Madam President, I thank you.
Minister of Digital Transformation.
Thank you, Madam President, for allowing me the honor and privilege of addressing this House on the national budget for fiscal 2023. I'd like to start by congratulating the Honorable Minister of Finance for his customary excellent presentation and, of course, his lucid statement that has given us a deep understanding of the circumstances that have led us to where we are today, and also how it has significantly shaped the government fiscal policies. These policies, of course, will be translated into outcomes that will take Trinidad and Tobago, the people, the private sector, and yes, the public sector to the next level. So, Madam President, I thank you. The theme of this year's budget is tenacity and stability in the face of global challenges. And when reflecting on what that means in the context of the TNT environment, a quote that came to mind, made famous, I think, by a few people, including J.D. Rockefeller, said that the pessimist sees difficulty in every opportunity, whereas the optimist sees opportunity in every difficulty. The challenges of the past 8 years and more significantly has exasperated by almost 3 years. Things like the global pandemic has seriously tested us as a government and as a people and as a nation. And despite the real and tragic losses that we've experienced and the challenges that we've had to endure, we are now faced with an opportunity not only to recover, but to prosper and grow. And in this regard, digital technology continues to be a key enabler that will enable many of these opportunities. I am of the firm belief that this budget debate is about optimism and not pessimism. It is about the glass being half full and getting fuller and not half empty. And it's about exploring solutions and strategies to overcome challenges and not just identifying problems. As far as digital transformation, which is one of the main mechanisms that will enable Trinidad and Tobago to take full advantage of the opportunities coming out of this trial by fire we just had. And of course, the significant amount of debate that has happened in the other place, and some here already and in the public domain. It is really no surprise that everyone seems to have an opinion of what it is we're trying to do within digital transformation. And so I'm going to dig a bit deeper into the government's vision for transformation and how that is reflected in the measures in the budget. This journey we're on started way back, and with your permission, Madam President, I'll talk a bit about where we started. It started way back probably in the 2003-2008 period with a program that was launched called Fast Forward. And that came along really 1 week after the United Nations convened the first phase of a World Summit on the Information Society. It was in Geneva, Switzerland. And the timing of that launch was not all entirely coincidental, because the WSIS, as it was called, was in recognition to the extent to which ICT was transforming the way in which the world lived and conducted business. Equally significant to that was the approach that was used by what was then the National ICT Strategy, which was exactly what the UN eventually adopted. It was to pursue ICT planning as an equal partnership between government, private sector, and civil society. Well, what made what happened in Fast Forward unique and why it's applicable today, it was the only plan that was of truly national scope. And so there were a number of things that made that work, which we've taken on board even now. And three of those elements would include strong leadership and support at the highest levels of the executive and the public service, the ability to assemble small but strong pools of talent and draw from leading practitioners specifically within Trinidad and Tobago, and of course from overseas, and using examples from international countries, from countries of international state, Canada, India, etc. And of course, the successful collaboration between societal stakeholders, and again, it's the civil society, the private sector, and government working closely together as equal partners. The Ministry of Digital Transformation is a partnership ministry. And so the benefits to Trinidad and Tobago of a holistic and collaborative approach to the National ICT Plan were significant. And what the budget does is that it fills within almost all of the ministries, divisions, and agencies specific amounts of allocation that will ensure that they are able to play their part in what that collaboration would require. The government's digital transformation agenda right now is seeking to recover some of the ground we would have lost after Fast Forward was completed, and not, things didn't pursue quite as well after that. And so while the ministry has been in operation for only a year, if you look into the budget, you will see where the three pillars in the government's approach to transformation are being funded: the digital society, the digital economy, and the digital government. And I'll just say a bit about what they are. The digital society, of course, is approach to building Trinidad and Tobago as a digital society. It's based on the fact that access to available and accessible broadband as a public good is an inherent thing. And so ubiquitous broadband across all of Trinidad and Tobago is important. It also has elements in it of education, and that raising the IQ of the society. There's a bit in it of training, a number of things in it, creating avenues and opportunities for people to be able to access government services. All of that is contained within the digital society pillar. There's the digital economy, and that focuses on the ICT sector to create jobs and grow the national economy. Of course, we know of the dependence of the economy on gas and oil. We plan to create ways in which we can make the ICT sector contribute to the national GDP and grow what already is there. It also addresses the fact that we have to do that using strengthening the private sector and making companies more competitive, and focus specifically on small and emerging businesses and young and innovative entrepreneurs. Digital government is probably the one that requires the most amount of partnership. It is really about using ICT to improve the delivery of public services to citizens, and of course to increase the efficiency and effectiveness and value for money of ministries, divisions, and agencies. I say it's the one that requires the most collaboration and partnership, simply because it has to expand across all of government. Every ministry, division, and agency will be touched. Some have the lead in it, for example, like the Ministry of Public Administration, that will address a lot of the procedures and processes specific to the government service. And again, if you examine the allocations there, you'll see where that has been adequately covered in the allocations for that ministry. One of the main factors that have influenced, and of course, the measured approach that we've had to take over the last year since we've doing this, is that we had to understand the lay of the land. And there were two specific studies that were funded and completed in the last year. The first of these was the Digital Readiness Assessment of Trinidad and Tobago. It was done by the United Nations Development Program. It was done in the first quarter of 2022, and the results were made available in the second quarter of 2022. The second was the National Digital Inclusion Survey, and this was recently completed by the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. Why is that important relative to what we're doing? Well, a digital divide, and I'm saying a digital divide, is a gap that exists between those who have access to the ICT and those who do not. I recently returned from Romania, where I attended and participated in the ITU's Plenipotentiary Conference 2022. And in it, the Secretary General identified that there are 2.7 billion people worldwide who have never had access to the internet. So when we talk about a digital divide and gap, if you look at it at a global scale, that's what we're talking about. And this gap occurs between population groups, geographic areas, municipalities, communities, urban and rural classification, regions and countries. And following the assessments that were done, the authority, in partnership with the Central Statistical Office, conducted the survey and measured the divide according to those conditions to determine what is necessary for digital inclusion in Trinidad and Tobago. And that was completed in fiscal 2021, and the results were published earlier this year. And the outcome of this survey and the other pieces are what are guiding us in how we are doing things relative to the National ICT Plan. The Digital Society pillar is funded in the allocation to the tune of $50 million. And I think I should give some examples of what it is exactly we're going to be doing under that pillar. So when we talk about the Digital Society, as I mentioned before, it is one of the cornerstones of the Digital Society agenda, under which we are delivering to provide broadband as a public good. And this is being funded through universal service in some cases. So what is important to note about the universal service approach is that it is based on partnership and, again, the close collaboration between the government, the private sector, in this case the service providers, communities and citizens who benefit from these projects. If you wish, and speaking through you, Madam President, to the population, if they want to understand what one of those projects would be, let me take an example of my homeland, Tobago, where in the communities of Palatavia, Bloody Bay, and Lansfomie, a universal service infrastructure project that is being financed by the Universal Service Fund of TAT is establishing broadband infrastructure in the St. John's Parish of Tobago. And again, that is the areas of Palatavia, Bloody Bay, and Lansfomie. And what it will do is provide the participating communities who are identified in the digital inclusion surveys with, in this case, fiber to, we're basically going to run fiber to almost every building and home in that area. So when that is finished, the service will be robust, it will be secure, it will be consistent, and it will be capable, meaning that the quality of service that you get and the capabilities of that service will be no different in those areas as it would be as if you were in Port of Spain or San Fernando. Also, under that pillar, under the theme of leaving no one behind, you would find that persons with disabilities are also catered for in the projects that we have. There's an initiative that we have there dealing, again, in alignment with the United Nations conventions on persons with disabilities, is that we're providing under that, again, subsidies for people to acquire devices to improve access to persons with disabilities and using ICT services. So on one hand, you're talking about providing connectivity and infrastructure to allow for areas that require it to get it. On the other hand, you're talking specifically to people, for example, that would need it so that they themselves can participate in what they do, in what we are doing within the national agenda for digitalization. TT Wi-Fi is another initiative I think that is worthy of mention. Again, it is funded under that $50 million, and it deals with really having Wi-Fi available for public consumption in private areas and public areas. So, for example, the locations that we're dealing with this in the transportation would include transportation hubs, libraries, public health institutions, public schools, but public schools that don't have public connectivity, because a number of them already have. As of the 1st of October, my information is that TT Wi-Fi is available in 99 locations, including 23 libraries, 12 public transport hubs, 48 primary schools, and those would be those that are without connectivity, and 116 centers. If you want to have and 16 health centers. If you want to have an idea of how that money will be used going forward, again, out of that allocation of that, there are 114 public health institutions that will have Wi-Fi availability by the end of the next fiscal. So it's going to happen inside of there. Another important factor thing that we're dealing here with in terms of how that money is going to be spent deals with the community ICT centers. And again, this is another one of these cornerstone initiatives to help and improve the ability of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago to use ICT services. And the idea with that is really about meaningful connectivity. It's not just about connecting people or providing a way to do it, but meaningful connectivity. And again, what does that mean? Well, it's about building the confidence and capabilities of residents in either underserved or areas where these are deemed to be necessary, to work collaboratively with residents to provide and add value to their community. So in these access centers, what happens is that you can go to one of them, and they are normally in very topical and easy to get to places. They are staffed by people from the community itself, so you're meeting local and people that you understand and you know. You have access to every possible device that you could want to use while there without you having to own one, meaning that you don't need a computer, you don't need anything. As a matter of fact, you don't even need the skills to be digitally literate when you visit there, because there are people there to help you. You have a wide plethora of services available at these centers, and I would implore people, if you have one in your area already, please visit them. I know the Cabinet has already approved, I think, another 32 of them to be built, and before the end of the fiscal, we'll have some very high numbers of them. But while there, you can obviously access government services. You can access online things for research. For children, I've seen children there doing after-school work. They're getting homework assistance from the people that are there. I've seen people doing SEA past papers, there's software coding going on, website design. And that is also being done, again, with the partnerships that we spoke about. The Adult Literacy Tutors Association, ALTA, has their programs being delivered within those facilities in a number of them now. YTEP is there, the Microsoft Foundation is there, Linux in there, and RSC Robotics is there as well, who would have assisted us with some of the things that we have, again, in partnership where we are. So during fiscal 2023, again, out of that allocation of money, a number of community ICT centers will open and more programs will be added to what we have. Under digital literacy, again, we have to improve the literacy of the citizens to be able to partake in this digital program that we have. So we launched a digital literacy program during the last fiscal, and in the pilot, we set out to deal with a cohort of 1,000 people. It was fully subscribed, I think, within 3 hours of being put online. And the program is really conducted entirely online. It lasts 4 to 6 weeks. The first phase, like I said, is currently ongoing. It started there. But these are some interesting statistics, and through you, Madam President, I'd like for the citizens to understand. It was well received. We had, like I said, 1,100 applicants within the first few hours from all parts of Trinidad and Tobago. But look at these statistics. Of the 1,100 applicants, 942 were female. The age of the applicants ranged from 18 to 70 years of age, and 25% of the applicants were between the ages of 18 to 25. Just under 30% of the applicants were between 31 and 40. And applications were made from people living in all parts of the country. The single largest number of applications coming from residents of South Trinidad, about 30%. Like I said, the first phase is ongoing, but the thing about it is this, and this is why when we speak of a government and we speak about a divide, it's not just about coverage and access to broadband. But think about this, 900 participants taking place now. Arrangements are being made for the final 100 or so who lack what? A suitable device and or internet from where they are to take part in the program. So providing the program, even creating the environment where the broadband is available is not enough. When we as a government speak of a divide, we are speaking also about the providing of devices, etc. And you see it with the Ministry of Education, you see it with the Ministry of Social Development, you see it with the youth development programs, you see it in a number of places. You see it with the Telecommunications Authority. And what they're doing in those cases is not just providing access on this, but all of the things that are required to create connected areas. Connected communities is a natural evolution to what we're talking about there, and that initiative, of course, is to be able to move what we're doing now to the larger community scale. Connected Arima is the model that we're using for that now, and again, that is funded in this budget. What this really does is that it's identified and developed in close consultation with the stakeholders, again, is the government, the private sector, the local community, civil society groups. And what are we trying to do with this particular program? It's a range of mobile applications to support local community life, and in Arima, you know what that is, PAN, Parang, etc., etc. The development of a public transportation app that will enable the public and transport providers to connect in a way that maximizes safety, security, and of course reliability. And then it's as simple as knowing where the next bus or maxi is. The development of apps to assist small and medium enterprises in the use of ICT to market their produce, vendors, be able to buy and sell things. The establishment of multiple ICT centers, of which I just described in the Arima area, to cater for the special needs of the community, including the older members of the society. Remember that the people who enrolled in this thing included people up to the age of 70. And of course, expanding the range of e-services available to residents of Arima. So that is the commitment that we're giving where that is concerned. There are more things that will deal with that, but maybe I'll give one more. We're also talking about, in that Connected Arima initiative, we're working with the Inter-American Development Bank to finalize the use of a citizen engagement platform developed by Citizens Lab of Belgium, but in Trinidad and Tobago. And the platform is branded engagegov.tt. It will launch shortly. It's fully operational by the end of the month. And it will be linked to the app development aspect for the Developers Hub, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that in a little while. But the idea about that is it represents a way in which the community can engage with all of the people and the stakeholders involved in the development of that Arima development. Of course, the lessons learned from Connected Arima, we'll take them on board, we'll rehash them, go through what we have, and we'll look for the best practices and the replicability of what we've done, and then simply roll it out to other communities. So you could do it in Scarborough, you could do it in Couva, you could do it in a number of other places. Digital government. Well, let me deal with the digital economy next. As a partnering ministry, the Ministry of Digital Transformation is deliberately designing projects in such a way that they will contribute to the digital economy. What does that mean? Really, we're trying to increase the contribution of the ICT sector to the GDP. And there are numbers that deal with that now. I think the numbers really is about 3%, but the percentage could be somewhat misleading because the revenue numbers will change. And so even if your contributions remain stagnant and things change within other parameters change, the number will look the same. We're really trying to increase it in real numbers as opposed to just a percentage of it. The telecommunications and broadcasting sector generates significant revenues for Trinidad and Tobago, and I have some numbers they're quoted on the Telecommunications Authority website. But just suffice it to say that the telecommunications sector really contributes about 75% of the total industry revenues. And of course, the broadcasting sector contributed about 1.2 billion or 24% of that number over the last year. So the intent is to increase that and see where we are. The Developers Hub is something, again, we're trying to work to help with that increase in ICT. And it's really a strategic initiative to enable the growth of the digital sector across a number of different entities. So it's really intended to encourage and grow support for digital entrepreneurs. So the Developers Hub, which will make extensive use of government open data, is best designed as a digital ecosystem which will include and use curated training across a number of places, Microsoft, Cisco, Linux, etc. Development of toolboxes and toolkits, mentorship in a number of places, development opportunities, which would include markets and so on. And that particular digital government thing is funded in the current allocation of about $10 million. And of course, it will lead eventually to the creation of the National Software Development Export Capability, in keeping with the principle that I have kind of coined, made in Trinidad and Tobago for Trinidad and Tobago and the world. That is really what we're trying to achieve with that. So we believe the Developers Hub will be highly aligned with other economic development and diversification initiatives by the private sector. And that will include nearshoring, which is happening now. We've been working with AmCham with this, where we really want to develop this nearshoring piece where the private sector advocates and optimizes synergies to enable sort of the best possible outcomes for these initiatives. Nearshoring is and we're seeing more and more requests for this, where international companies are seeking to use our greatest natural resource, which is not oil and gas, is actually our people and the skills that we have, for their own purposes by setting up their operations here. It's going along, and it's something that we will continue to partner, but again, the initiative, so that will be funded under that allocation for digital government. Just so you're aware, Madam President, the budget allocation for ICT projects increased by 32% over last year's budgets. And so, some people believe, the speed of transformation across the ministries and agencies is not going as fast as we, but it has been speeding up over the last year. So in the last year's proposals, the proposed spend on digitization and digitalization projects across government as a whole was about $341 million. This year, it's up to $437 million, an increase of about 32%. And while the MDT itself provides guidance and a number of other things and facilities for those ministries, divisions, and agencies who have to spend that money, and that would have included advocating for those allocations for those ministries, the ministries themselves still have significant responsibility in the execution of what they're doing. But we do provide, support as well as guidance, and in some cases control for those ministries to make sure that they're working in adherence to policies that we would have set out specifically for technical infrastructure, and also ensuring levels of alignment with what the Ministry of Public Administration would have put out as general policies and guidelines. There's a marriage between the processes and the changes and so on that are required, as well as the technology that is being deployed to allow for those things to happen. And so you will find tremendous synergies happening between the Ministry of Public Administration and the Ministry of Digital Transformation and the client ministries who are trying to execute on those things. Legislation. Now, again, there is a portion in that for the, and you're saying, why is legislation important to the Ministry of Digital Transformation? Well, a lot of the legislation that we have now is antiquated and will not work with the solutions that we have deployed at present and are going to deploy. I want to, maybe I should give some examples. I am the technology guy, so I have these things on my phone. But just to give you an example of some of, because people ask a lot about that sometimes, what are the pieces of legislation that you're going to address that needs to be adjusted? And some of them will sound familiar, the Data Protection Act. And again, we're talking about the appropriate and effective proclamation of some of the pieces inside of it. I'll mention some. Obviously, for time, I won't mention all of them, but we're talking about, for example, the Office of the Information Commissioner, the protection of personal data by public bodies, protection of personal data by private bodies, contravention and enforcement, etc. There are also amendments of that same Data Protection Act to create exemptions for example, investigative journalism, forms of creative expression, etc. Those are there. If I talk about things under the digital economy, the Electronic Transactions Act, and again, we're talking about electronic authentication, intermediaries of and telecommunication service providers, consumer protection. The Electronic Transaction Act would also have amendments to deal with it, to deal with Section 6. I can go on again further. The Telecommunications Act will have to be adjusted, the Broadcasting Code, the Cybercrime Bill. So there are a raft of things that need to be addressed under the legislative agenda, and the Attorney General and the entire Ministry of Attorney General and Legal Affairs will be there to help us to look at what we're dealing with that is concerned. Major projects that we have, Madam President, can I ask how much longer I have, please?
You finish at 257 and it's now 244.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Interoperability and e-identity, these are two programs that we've heard a lot about, bandied about in a number of places. Again, through you, Madam President, I want to provide some clarification as to whether these are funded under the digital government programs, under the IDF, and the budget there under that is about $30 million, which we plan to utilize all of it. And two of the major initiatives there would be that, as I declared, the e-identity and the interoperability network. I saw in one of the dailies, someone expressing an opinion, and sorry I didn't clip it out to find it, that the interoperability network is nothing more than just connecting ministries together by fiber. I wish if those people will understand what we're talking about, they will understand that that is not the case. Connecting something together by fiber is as easy as calling a crew and tell them run it from here to there. What we're talking about is a robust, secure, and fairly intelligent and sophisticated network that will provide for the appropriate exchange of information between ministries, divisions, and agencies, and eventually the private sector. So if anybody believes that they could do that by just connecting one fiber to one building to the next, they are welcome by me to try to do so. Hence the reason, Madam President, why I'm using you as a platform to explain these things to people. What we have when we're dealing with these interoperabilities networks and the national identity is that both of these initiatives have the potential to revolutionize the way in which citizens are able to access services. Both the EID and the interoperability framework are highly complex projects and require collaboration, again, between multiple divisions and agencies, and therefore will need to be properly thought out and carefully planned. We've been doing that for the last year. The national EID will allow us to uniquely identify anyone across a platform using zero, notice the word, zero biometric hash. Zero. We are exploring the mechanisms through which a citizen's identity can be validated without soliciting or storing their personal biometric data. This is very, very important. So we'll not only improve the delivery of e-services to citizens, but will enable those services to be personalized and meet the needs of individual safety and security. Your information will be secure, your transactions will be secure. The ID is also being designed to support the banks and insurance companies and, their KYC processes and how difficult they can be. So expect that the ID program will benefit both government and the business community equally. So we're working on two parallel tracks to allow us to achieve this goal. We've been working with Estonia, and you know about that, on the interoperability solution, which will allow, of course, us to interconnect ministries, divisions, and agencies to access data between them safely and securely, and more importantly, consistent with good data protection practice. The application, I can say it now that we're working on with Estonia, is the X-Road model, and we're ready to accelerate the implementation now that is covered under the funds that were provided for us in that space. To this end, myself and a team from the ministry will visit Estonia at the end of this month. That's already been declared to the public to firm up these plans and these tools. And there will also be a series of further consultations with entrepreneurs and business to empower them to be able to use the EID and the interoperability ecosystems, and also to be able to consume EID services to provide expanded services. So the banking and finance sector will be supported with services, and so that is well on its way, and we will start the implementation of that because we've done all the studies for the last year. So we're ready to start to get to work where that is concerned. We've already discussed having discussions with the Bankers Association and to make sure we have all the functional security aspects to support specifications that will allow the banks to start collaborating with us on the integration requirements for their systems, so we'll be connecting to them as well. And I want to add that while the EID solution will be integrated with the interoperability solution, it is being developed with the assistance of the international development partners, such as the UN Development Program, United Nations Capital Development Program. The ministry is using the best available advice from international experts to craft these same solutions that will meet the needs of and expectations of our citizens. I asked my colleagues on the other side of the floor that we may have some legislative pieces, as I identified before, that will be required for this to work. I look forward to your support, understanding what this means for the national landscape. So I ask members opposite to support us in what we're doing when that is concerned. Upcoming, I'm sure you will see those things when we get to the legislative pieces, whenever those things come to the House. The thing about this is that these solutions are being enabled by locals, but powered by technology from companies like Estonia and other providers, who already provide, these digital ecosystems worldwide. These initiatives will also include the required cybersecurity elements, and I know that is a big thing where this is concerned, but we're building those things in by design. Basically, at the ministry, we prefer to do everything, say the things that we deliver need to be reliable, scalable, capable, agile, resilient, and secure. So in this case, we've been measuring twice, and obviously we will cut once. We'll be rolling out these solutions in sprints, and according to our new agile way of doing things, with citizens' feedback being the driver of what we do next over the next sprint. So people, again through you, Madam President, I'm speaking to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and saying, when we start these things and they start up impacting you, your contributions will be really, really important as to how we do what we do going forward. You have a say, we want to listen, we will make the adjustments. Private sector partnership and enablement of rapid development solutions via our digital hub will also allow the government to move forward with the digitalization plans that we have been an enabler rather than a driver. We are an enabler, we're not the people driving this. So all of that will be down to the benefit of the government, the private sector, and ultimately the citizens of the system. We've looked at a number of countries, again, over the last year, studying what would be the best approach and design for the rollout of the EID. And strangely enough, we found the place that we found, the one that is best suited for us so far, and I'll say it again here, is India's Aadhaar solution. People can look it up, it's available online, it's quite a thing, and it's one of the most appropriate. We've therefore incorporated and initiated partnerships with India to adopt elements of their equivalent EID system. And that is Aadhaar, is more suited to our strategic intent and change of management approach for both citizens and businesses. So we can proceed, again, within the current legislative framework.
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Within the current legislative framework. Under ICT infrastructure, well, obviously there are 2 major projects that we're dealing with there. Development of a government cloud, we're building a distributed cloud. There are a number of cloud providers in Trinidad and Tobago, and we're working with them. But obviously the government itself needs to have its own cloud facility and service. We're building that primarily for things that we want to keep close to us, national security, et cetera, et cetera. Those will be there. Apart from that, there is available cloud service within Trinidad and Tobago. We want as many services locally as possible, because of our vulnerability being so far south and our connections being directly associated with undersea cables. So we want to do that. There are 2 other initiatives that are critical again under that. A cybersecurity strategy for the entire country, something that is important. We're working on that again in partnership with international partners. And an integrated service center. I think that is, I don't know why we didn't build this before. If you're starting and launching digital services, one of the things that you must have is support for people who have problems using them. And so if you have a problem using a service now, I wonder, where do you call? Who do you call to say I'm not able to do something? An integrated service center is something that is critically important and will be built again using the funding associated with this. So in conclusion, Madam President, and I thank you again for the reminder, the government is engaged in a wide range of digital transformation activities that together reflect the ubiquitousness and the holistic nature in which technology is transforming the country. So over the next 12 months, we have some priority areas. Increase the access of ICT for students in underserved communities and disenfranchised groups. Increase the digital literacy of all of our citizens. Improve internal GOT efficiencies along with our partner ministries, and particularly guided and led by the Ministry of Public Administration. Reduce bottlenecks and duplication and fraud in our public systems. Technology has a way of doing that. bring our ICT infrastructure home, again using local cloud, and of course the creation and build of our own data center here, specifically for us, which we will share with others as well. Strengthen the ICT legislative framework, I elaborated on that earlier. Stimulate the local economy, again using our best thing, which is our people. And obviously by doing that, we have our own thing, develop the own institutions here and reduce forex really that we're spending on a lot of those technologies outside. And become a local and regional model for transformation, so we'll be able to do that. Given the interconnectedness of the digital transformation landscape and the practical constraints and the limited time and resources that we have to do, and of course the holistic nature and inclusive approach of digital transformation, we clearly have to do what we have to do in the very immediate and now. And that is why the MDT is leading the development of Trinidad and Tobago's first national digital transformation strategy. And that will be, of course, covering the period 2023 to 2027. And that will replace the current national ICT blueprint, which was really 2018 to 2022. That expires at the end of this year. And we will finish this document, at least have the first draft of it, by December of this year. The stakeholders are there. We ask people to join with us. Madam President, I thank you.
Senator Lutchmedial.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to join in this debate on the budget debate for fiscal 2022-2023. Madam President, I have to say, if nothing really good comes out of the debate, at least by Senator Bacchus speaking so early and during the daytime hours when the population is tuned in, they will actually see what Senator Bacchus and his ministry, what he looks like, and learn a little bit about it. Because I think that the Ministry of Digital Transformation to date is something like an urban legend and a myth that has existed since it was created, and no one, particularly the parents of the thousands of children who lost their educational opportunities during the pandemic, can actually say that they know anything about digital transformation being done by this government. Madam President, equal access, equitable access to education was a goal that was actively pursued by the People's Partnership government, and this government destroyed it. So sitting here today and coming immediately before me to listen to a whole presentation on what our ministry intends to do of digital transformation, I have to say it reminded me of how out of touch this government is with the real critical needs of the people. And that, if anything, is the theme. It is the theme that has underlined this entire budget debate. But as we speak about destruction and education, Madam President, you know, we are in the season of Diwali, this time that leading up to Diwali, and I attended a Ram Leela celebration on Sunday night, and I witnessed, you know, the burning of the effigy of Ravan, the symbol of evil and wickedness, and someone who, in the story of the Ramayana, he allowed his ego to get the better of him, to inflict hurt and suffering upon people. It's amazing that on Monday, what transpired in a virtual courtroom in this country reminded me so much of that story that I witnessed in a play form, in dramatic form on Sunday night. And today, Madam President, I feel like we are in the city of Ayodhya, where we witness the victory of not one but two rams that have become victorious over the schemes, the maneuverings meant to score political mileage. And it has a cost attached to it, which the taxpayer must continue to bear, because this government, through its budget, through its expenditure, continues to use the Treasury to further its own motives, its own objectives to improve their lives and secure themselves in office, but not treating with the needs of this population. And I will demonstrate throughout my contribution how ineptitude, bad mind, nepotism are the key factors which have influenced so much of our public expenditure that I think it deserves, this budget deserves the outcry that it is receiving from the public, because when you see the wastage of public funds by this government, you have to wonder how it is they can stand with a straight face and tell people to make sacrifices. Madam President, the sad thing about it is that when the Ramdeans, the Rambarans, and the Ramlogans of this country overcome what is meant to destroy them based on nothing but political bad mind and malice, the taxpayer must continue to foot the bill. When the budget was first read on the 26th of September and a series of fiscal measures were laid out, increasing the burdens on an already burdened population, what stood out to many people is that there was not a single meaningful policy measure to address the scourge of crime and several other social issues making life unbearable for the working class in this country. The government's failure, inability, or unwillingness to deliver on projects and to implement meaningful policies means that the return to the taxpayer is simply nothing. The Treasury is being emptied via the payment of legal fees, the payment of damages and costs to citizens who are successful against the state, because the state has embarked upon a series of positions and actions that are detrimental to our institutions in this country. They ride roughshod over the rights of citizens, and they are wrong and strong. And again, every single loss is not a loss felt by the individual pockets of the decision makers in those cases, Madam President. It is the person who has to cringe when they stand at the fuel pump now at the gas station. And in the middle of all of that, people who paid a salary in Parliament have their private practice, and on top of that, which is now public knowledge, collect something like $1.8 million in legal fees in the last 3 years. Will stand and tell us, well, if you cannot afford certain things, go back to riding bicycle and cooking with coal pot. That is the advice coming from a government which squanders our money on what I could only call vanity and malice. Madam President, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, a critical, constitutionally secured, independent office, is being trampled on, starved of much-needed resources. It is part of an overall trend of institutional degradation that we see taking place since this government came into office. So bad it is, Madam President, that in today's Express editorial, they were compelled in their opinion relative to the government's overreach in the Ramlogan and Ramdean matter to say, this indemnity, and I quote from today's editorial in the Express, this indemnity will stand for all time as evidence of a government's flagrant abuse of power and willingness to subvert key institutions of accountability and justice. And to commandeer state resources in a dogged and questionable pursuit of political rivals. Only a desperate government could have offered the guarantees given by Al-Rawi to Nelson. Madam President, I could not have put it better than that myself. What is said today by the Express must reverberate throughout this country so that every time you stand by that fuel pump and you understand why you are deprived of the fuel subsidy you enjoyed for years. Every time your child cannot go to school because the place flooded out and the regional corporation have no releases to clean the drains in your area. Every time the new rule used to be we drive on the left side of the road, now we drive on whatever is left of the road. You must remember that millions and millions and millions of your taxpayers' dollars have been spent by this government to pursue their political rivals in the most underhanded manner that we have ever seen in this country. I say that it is the most underhanded, Madam President, but I feel that I must take the opportunity to remind the population today that this is not the first time. And earlier this year, with the collapse in the Privy Council, having to quash the PRCO 1 inquiry that took, I think, something like 20 years of judicial time. 20 years of judicial time, resources, and legal fees in pursuit of another set of parties linked to the opposition by a PNM government. The whole thing fell apart based on the interference of an attorney general. And it was well documented, Madam President, since, what was it, maybe 2006 or 7, around there. And I have to quote I must quote from the Mustill report, because I am demonstrating to the population how this government spends their money to weaponize a legal system in order to target their political opponents. In the Mustill report, which was around 2007, and which again was featured and reported again when this matter came up in the Privy Council earlier this year, the Mustill report says the government continues, find it. Yes, it said, when we called for the investigation in an article entitled The Many Roles of the Attorney General, they quoted from that report in the Express, Madam President. The date of the article, I'll get it for you now. I'm trying to be tech-savvy like my friend Senator Bacchus. July 11, 2022, just a little bit earlier this year. Quoted again from the Mustill Tribunal when they examined that whole incident involving the interference of a PNM Attorney General in the Piarco 1 inquiry and his influence. And what they said, the picture presented to this tribunal almost defies belief. We have heard allegations against the Attorney General who could have given oral evidence to rebut them, but did not. They went on to say, and I quote, "It is plain that the imputations are that they got together and influenced what was being done. What has been said is that there has been a small group of conspirators designed to pervert the course of justice, and the Attorney General is at very least, was a part of the scheme." Madam President, history repeating itself, and thousands upon thousands and millions upon millions of dollars going down the drain again now. That was then and this is now, but it has not changed. The modus operandi of the PNM remains the same. The government will use the pandemic as a crutch to disguise its incompetence and failure to improve the lives of citizens. They have done so for the last 3 budgets that we have stood here and listened to. And they do not deliver to citizens on their promises. I will focus specifically on how broken promises and what has become known as the implementation deficit of the PNM government continues to create a society that is like a ticking time bomb because citizens are so frustrated. Nowhere is that more evident than in the government's failure to tackle crime and improve the delivery of justice in this country. The crime and justice system, Madam President, will be the focus of my contribution and the allocations and provisions for expenditure in this budget. When we say it is a justice system, the reason you say that is because the essence of a system is that it consists of many parts that have to work together and complement each other to produce the desired results. It is exactly that. It is a system. So when you make a tweak here and a tweak there, and you do not have an across-the-board aligned objectives pursuing a common goal, and the individual goals of each agency are not pursued in a manner that's consistent with the overall objective, you have chaos. And that is what we have right now. We have chaos in our justice system, particularly on the criminal side. Let me use the example of staffing. We have heard over and over about the backlog of matters in the judiciary. So they created more posts in the judiciary. You have the creation of the post of magistracy registrars, and you have masters being put into the criminal division of the High Court. And that sounds nice, right? They boast and they pat themselves on the back. We get then plant and machinery people and what else? Anything process. I don't know where all the plant and machinery and people and process was when indemnity agreements were being drafted in the back room, if the plant and machinery and people and process didn't get involved then. But when they boast about these things, Madam President, what they do not tell the population is that a significant number of people who have filled these new posts came out of the DPP's office. Likewise, when they created the Public Defender's Office and expanded the staff complement of persons who will deal with criminal matters through the Legal Aid and Advisory Authority, there was a large exodus of staff from the office of the DPP. So as anybody would know, in any given courtroom, at a minimum, you have at least 3 people that you need: the judicial officer, the prosecutor, and the defender. And if all 3 moving parts of the criminal justice system are not being staffed, and one is draining the other, and you are improving on 2 but not the other, then the system goes nowhere. And that's where we've been going with this government, nowhere. We come here year after year after year. Every time we have a bill in this house talking about crime, we talk about it, but we going nowhere. Madam President, some of the most experienced staff have left the DPP's office for greener pastures, and I commend them, I compliment them, I find no fault with them. They are doing what is right. But if you do not build up the office of the DPP at the same time that you are building the others, what do you expect to happen? You cannot sit here and boast of accomplishments when the system as a whole is simply stuck. This is not rocket science, it is common sense. But I think if there's one thing I have learned to this administration is that there's an uncommonness of common sense, and it has been nothing short of astounding, particularly when it comes to the Office of the Attorney General and the management of the legal affairs of this country. And in fairness, I would like to say this is a situation that was created and, came long before this particular Attorney General was sitting in the seat. But now the problem has to be addressed. And has it been addressed in this budget? We must look at what they are doing. If you look at the allocations, there is no increase in wages and salaries under the allocation of personnel for the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, and there is a $500,000 decrease in the allocation for contract employment. So what is the plan? What is the plan? I found an allocation for fees to be paid to external counsel. And there was an allocation for $20 million, and they used $19.1 million out of it. So is that the plan? That we will starve the DPP's office of permanent staff and permanent resources so that we could continue to brief our external attorneys and enrich them? The allocation coming up from this year for fees is $15 million. A savings is about a $4 million savings. I don't know if now that they don't have to retain Mr. Jenkins to persecute Mr. Ramdeen and Mr. Ramlogan, if they've saved some money there. But the understaffing of the DPP's office is nothing new. When we had the Achille Charles decision and the Court of Appeal of this country refused to grant the state a stay of that judgment so that they must deal with the applications, the Director of Public Prosecutions filed an affidavit, and it was widely reported in the media on April 7, 2022. The DPP's office said that they were overburdened by 78 bail applications. Bail applications, not 78 trials that they had to do, not 78 people who had been waiting on a trial for years and years in Romania. The people just make a bail application. And his office was inundated, so much so that they went before the court to ask for a stay. And of course, the court refused them because the court is mindful. The court is mindful that what they must do is in the best interest of the people of this country. In an article written by Professor Ramesh Deosaran about the situation that emerged at that point in time, he made mention of that situation that was occurring there. And he talked about the fact that the DPP's office only had, I think, 46 of 137 approved positions. And do you know when those 137 positions were approved? Under the People's Partnership Government. Because under the People's Partnership Government, recognizing that we needed to get talented and skilled and professional staffing into that office in order to move the criminal justice system forward, there was an entire plan consisting of specialized division, sexual offense crimes and gender-based violence, fraud division to be staffed with, specialized and things, so that you are not paying millions and millions and millions to the forensic auditors on the outside and so on. You build your capacity in-house. That was the plan and the vision of a government that had a vision. But this government vision is to just write checks for the friend, family, and finances. They just want to spend the money on the fees, external fees. And of course, who could forget that it is this government that came to this parliament and made sure that they remove legal fees and accounting services from the purview of the procurement regulator, because they have to make sure to make sure whatever allocation is made in this budget for any ministry, department, statutory body or otherwise for legal fees, it is at their own will and discretion. And they hid for years and years and years behind privacy and all sorts of other ridiculous arguments to not disclose those fees until we took them to court under the Freedom of Information Act and they were forced to disclose it. And the same people who stood in this parliament and lamented for years about the UNC spent $1 billion in legal fees have spent over $1 billion now across the board in ministries and statutory authorities. And what do they have to show for it? In one matter alone, the Attorney General under the People's Partnership Government, which is the OPV arbitration, brought home a check for $1.4 billion. I can anticipate the Attorney General getting up and boasting that they win the case that confirms Surat is good law. As they claim to fame Surat. But they have actually done nothing. They have not won a single critical matter against anyone who has sued the state, and they have spent over $1 billion. Now, when we had that plan for the DPP's office, Madam President, the reason why we were doing that and building the capacity is because we understand you have to keep the talent in-house. Being prosecutors is a very specialized field, and some people want to specialize and develop themselves in various areas. The $19 million that spent last year on fees from the office of the DPP is the equivalent of salaries for, you know how many senior state counsel, and a senior state counsel is very senior, you are like 4 or 5 tiers up, you work there for almost 8 to 10 years before you reach the state of senior state counsel. You could have retained 600 senior state counsel for a year for that $19 million. We don't even have enough criminals in this country to prosecute with 600 senior state counsels. If you add to that the $35 million that the TTP is paying for people involved in what they call specialist prosecutions. I call it something not close to prosecution, but not quite prosecution. It sounds like prosecution. But the people from the United Kingdom who are tasked with targeting high-level, as they say, high-level political targets. $35 million when they ask to be retained, SRP, Kate, and others, to target the political opponents of the PNM. If the PNM say jump, they ask how high. If they say wind to the side, they say left or right. And that is what they want. They do not want a strong DPP office, a strong DPP or a strong DPP's office. And we could see why now. Look at what happened to them on Monday. And that is why they will continue to starve them of resources. Now, again, if you want to train people and staff the office, you have to have a place to put them. And there must be somewhere, because, you know, we are not a disciplined people who could work from home, apparently, so we have to have office space. I want to address the issue of new office space for the officers of the DPP in both North and South. Madam President, on the 30th of July, about 10, 11 days before the general election in 2020, I ain't talking about July this year, I ain't talking about July last year, I'm talking about July the year before. Keys were handed over in a nice ceremony to the brand new spanking offices of for the DPP's office in North. NIDCO handed over the keys to the then Attorney General, smiling and gushing, saying that it came in $2 million under budget. $2 million under budget. And that it was ready now. And I quote from what he said, "We have quadrupled the office space. We can now take the entire shortfall of the DPP's office and fill it because they have quadrupled the office space of the DPP's office." Madam President, those offices remain vacant today. As we speak, that office building is vacant. And in that same interview, when the offices were handed over, the Attorney General said the South office is to be ready in September. Not September as in last month, not even September last year. We're talking about September 2020. Again, those offices are vacant. They have nobody in them. The two places, the two offices to hold staff for the DPP are both there, vacant. And they are still there, overwhelmed, getting buff when they go to the Court of Appeal, as many people would have seen in the papers recently, and they cannot even handle 78 bail applications at a time. But, Madam President, when we look at the expenditure for the outfitting of the offices, the DPP's office in North in 2021, $4 million was the actual revised estimate. 2022, nothing was estimated, but they spent $2.7 million. And in 2023, there's an estimate for another $1 million. This is the office that they post about and collect keys for in 2020. And 4 plus 6.7 and $7.7 million later, when they boast about saving $2 million, the DPP cannot occupy the office. In San Fernando, $1.3 million estimated in 2022, but they actually spent $2.3 million. And in 2023, another $5 million estimated to get those offices ready. So clearly they ain't going anywhere this year because there's still $5 million worth of work to be done in that office, promised to them in September of 2020. Where are we going with the criminal justice system when an integral part of it cannot move? And why is that the case? Is it deliberate? I must ask the question. Is it deliberate because other people are being better paid and are willing to give the advice and the opinions that they want? When we move on to other areas that affect the delivery of justice to people, let us talk about forensics. Forensic Science Center. I filed some questions earlier this year about the Forensic Science Center and samples, and it turned out to about overall 16,000 samples were awaiting testing. I'll file an updated one soon, or file an FOIA to get the information again to see what they have done. But when they were answering those questions, they boasted about this new modern Forensic Science Center that was coming that will deal with all these problems, backlog and everything like that. Because in the old Forensic Science Center, a whole area was closed down, roof falling down, all kinds of things. That's the excuses we heard about. But I have been reading the Public Sector Investment Program book, Madam President, and again, since 2000, this is the 2001 book delivered in 2020. They talked about the Forensic Science Center. They said they were entering into agreements and so on, that they will get funding from China and that they will be able to deliver this Forensic Science Center. Madam President, today we are still reading in the 2023 budget, construction of a new state-of-the-art facility for forensic laboratory and pathology services. The government has signed an agreement with the People's Republic of China for the financing of the construction of the facility. The government will provide the funding for the project. Project development, project management services designs have been revised for a new site, and the grant funding from the government of China is to be received. They don't even have the money yet for the center. They don't even have the money as yet for the center based on what they say here. I'm not making this up, so they have put forward here. So while the 16,000 samples were waiting testing, and I don't know if that situation has improved, I really do hope it has. But where are we going? How are we moving forward with this? We need a modern criminal justice system based on DNA analysis, based on CCTV and body cameras for police. They buy the body cameras, they haven't purchased chargers. Half or more of the CCTV cameras not working. When you invest and you spend money in those types of things, you improve your detection and your conviction rate. And that is what the people of this country deserve. They don't deserve to be told, stop eating ham and macaroni pie. They do not deserve when half of them cannot even get water 3 times a week to be told, stop going cinema 3 times a week. Nobody going cinema 3 times a week. You're begging for water 3 times a week in this country. And that is the arrogance and the level to which this government is so simply out of touch with the population, Madam President. On the issue of CCTV cameras, one of the things that has been raised over and over, particularly at Joint Select Committee meetings and so on, is security within the prison, not just to deal with contraband and all of that, but also to deal with the security for our prison officers who are risking their lives. Madam President, again, every time you look at these reports, 2021, delivered in October 2020, in that budget, in the PSIP. They said the installation of closed-circuit television systems at all prison facilities was 85% completed. All prison facilities, 85% completed. The following year, I don't have the book with me, they said they were completing it at MSP, only at MSP. Not all the prisons, only at MSP. They did not give a percentage that was completed. You know, this year, I think they said last year it was almost completed at MSP. And this year they say that the Trans-Tobago Prison Service utilized a total of $23 million for the following. They talked about the construction of a sewage treatment plant, the purchase of 3 buses at the cost of $0.5 million to supplement their fleet, and the completion of the installation of CCTV systems at the maximum security prison at a cost of $0.7 million. So for 3 years, to finish a project of putting in CCTV in one prison. In one prison. At the rate we go in, by the time they get to another prison, all the TV cameras in MSP will stop working, and they may not budget to fix them. Going nowhere, and going nowhere fast. When we have to address our minds to the issue of legal fees, Madam President, how they have continued to spend the money of this country, it is astounding when you look at the types of matters that they have engaged in. For us to find out, for example, about the reasons behind this government discontinuing the matter against one Mr. Malcolm Jones and to do with the WGTL scandal that plagued Petrotrin. We had to go all the way to the Privy Council to get those disclosures and to get the advice delivered by one very flip-flopping attorney who I would refer to as a scoundrel. But it cost the state, it cost the taxpayer $850.
Lutchmedial, please.
Sorry.
Please.
So one person who flip-flopped on their advice and decided to give advice to lay a charge and then withdraw that advice and give advice to discontinue a charge. We wanted to see the advice. We just wanted sight of it to understand what was going on with that matter. We had to go to the Privy Council to get it. It cost the taxpayer of this country $850,000 because they went all the way there fighting us not to disclose that information. The government lost the OAS arbitration. They have to pay $126 million, not even legal fees being included in that. When you look at the breakdown of legal fees, and we got that breakdown of legal fees paid out by state enterprises because we realized that a lot of the money was being spent by these state companies and it was not disclosed by the Ministry of the Attorney General. The matter involving ANV Oil and Gas Limited, a total of $19.3 million in legal fees. And the simple advice to go to the court and try to set aside that arbitration judgment after they spent $19.3 million. They say, no, it's all right. We will pay it. We'll pay and it's all right. We don't want to go and try to set it aside. That is the level at which this government is operating, Madam President. And it is, quite frankly, extremely, extremely shameful. I feel a sense of anger on behalf of the population when I look upon these things. And the population, in the meantime, the government offers absolutely no hope, none whatsoever. I woke up early this morning to take my daughter to school before I come here, and I read that 2 planes almost crashed because our radar system isn't working at the airport. I am reading about the fact that we used to say that everything comes through illegal ports, but things like all the guns and ammunitions, the bandits have literally outgunned the DTTPS because scanners are not working on the ports. Forget about the ease of doing business and all of that. That's a whole other story by itself, where people are suffering because of the crime situation and businesses are suffering because of what is happening on the ports. And when you take those two things together, it is enough to frustrate any citizen. And that is why people are so frustrated. It's not because they miss any ham and the macaroni pie. They just miss that feeling of being safe in their homes at night. They don't even need to eat. They might be willing to ride a bicycle to work if they could feel safe and get a proper road to ride it on. But they cannot get that because this government cannot offer that to the population. By way of policy in terms of national security, I was astonished. Really, I thought about it. You know, I believe in paying fair wages to all of our public servants. They must get a living wage. They must be able to go to the supermarket and be able to afford the basic essential items at least. And I believe in fair negotiations with them to settle wages. What I do not agree with is what I saw, and this is national security policy taking place. A memorandum from the Commissioner of Police dated August 29th, 2022. The subject, accelerated awards for patrols. The initiative carded to take place from September to December 2022 is designed to support active direct patrols and will comprise the following components. This went out to all deputy commissioners, assistant commissioners, commanders, and heads. Individual commendations, divisional commendations, commendation for traffic and highway patrol branch, commendations for emergency response patrol branch, commendations for divisional operation centers. Individual commendations will be awarded within 72 hours to officers who, whilst on active direct patrols, seize illegal firearms and ammunition, okay, no problem, large quantities of narcotics, intercept stolen vehicles, arrest wanted persons, charge offenders for other serious offenses. Additionally, officers must adhere to instructions and so on, and they go on. And they say that
Senator Lutchmedial, you have 5 more minutes.
Yes, Madam President. They must adhere to the instructions outlined in the strategy and so on. Divisional commanders will be given a sum of $10,000 will be awarded and will be used to recognize and commend officers, listen to this, to engage both in foot and mobile patrols for the 4-month period. They must establish standards including punctuality, the issuance of fixed penalty tickets. Those are some of the things here. We're going to pay police to come to work on time and share tickets. We are going, this is the policies implemented to improve national security in this country whilst nobody is safe and people coming into your home with, I don't even know what you call it, AK-15 or whatever it is, the big guns, bigger than anything the police have. This is what they are doing. And you know what is dangerous about this, Madam President? A simple Google search. If you Google search about malicious prosecution claims in Trinidad and Tobago, you will find a litany of cases. In this year alone, I could read for you. I'm sorry, my thing went down there. You could go down the road, just look at the news this year alone about the amount of money, again, that the taxpayer has to pay. And I will just read the headlines. Claxton Bay man awarded $150,000 for malicious prosecution. Repairman awarded $127,000 for malicious prosecution. State to pay Insha and Ishmael $0.3 million for wrongful arrest. And it goes on and on and on. Canupia man awarded $280,000 for malicious prosecution. And that is where we're going. Lumber contractor, $170,000 in damages for malicious prosecution. Strip searched in public, man awarded $0.3 million against police. But the problem is it's not against the police. It is me and you and every other citizen that has to pay taxes, that have to pay for this. So when you incentivize, rather than you negotiate in good faith with the unions and set proper wages for the men and women of our police service, you are incentivizing just locking up people. You don't incentivize making sure your matter sees its way through court, because in almost all of these matters where people sue the state, the criminal matters fall through at the magistrates court level due to the non-attendance of police, due to the fact that they do not, they did not follow proper procedures. And now you are incentivizing so that they will do these things, and what the police call it bad case. They're going to share bad case with people because you are rewarding them for just making up the numbers. It is a public relations stunt. It is not a policy to deal with the crime situation. So, Madam President, in closing, I just want to say, the last time our population in this country was so frustrated with our government, you know, there was this thing called the do so, and there was a hand gesture that went with it, because they had to get rid of this of the government of the day. They were tired of the nepotism, they were tired of the corruption, they were tired of the fact that every budget after budget, it was just a disappearing middle class and more oppression for the poor. It may very well be the rally cry of the tired and the oppressed. And as you drive along the highways and the byways and roundabouts and places of assembly here, there's a new cry of resistance and defiance that will inspire revolutionary zeal to get rid of the wicked and malicious regime. And I want to join all of those who believe they deserve more than 4%. I want to join all of those who are feeling the pain at the gas pump. I want to join all of those who are the subject of malice and ill will and political bad mind, the Ramdeans, the Ramlogans, and the Rambrans. And I want to say, Minister Imbert, have yourself a Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Senator Vieira. I think, members, I think we are getting so happy with ourselves that we are forgetting where we are. So I'll ask you, please rein in that joy that you seem to be feeling. Senator Vieira. Mark, Senator Mark, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Despite the criticisms, despite the gloomy prognostications, I don't agree that this budget is wicked and brutal. It should not be demonized as a betrayal of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Yes, there are dark clouds.
No, stop. Excuse me, Senator Naki, just hold on 1 second. Members have been allowed to make their contributions, okay? And I would ask then that when Senator Vieira is making his contribution, that he be paid the respect that others have been paid. Continue, Senator.
Thank you. Yes, there are dark clouds. And yes, the country is going through rough waters. We had the COVID pandemic and the resulting fallout. We had a steep declining energy prices prior to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And there is escalating crime. But on balance, it seems to me that there is still much for which we should be thankful. The economy is stable. Our currency is stable. And we live in a diverse, free, and stable democracy. In this country, people get to speak their minds freely. Our courts robustly uphold the constitutional rights of every citizen to freedom of political thought and expression. Here, free, fair, and transparent elections remain the order of the day. We have had a high turnover of governments, whether PNM, UNC, NAR, People's Partnership, the most recent example being what just occurred in Tobago. Here, the institutions of democracy, elections, political parties, the courts, and parliament, they remain strong. I say this not to diminish or to minimize the hardships being suffered by many, which as parliamentarians, we must do everything in our power to alleviate, but simply to point out that Trinidad and Tobago is doing better than many other places, including developed countries. Senator Mark talked about the horsemen of socio-economic apocalypse. Well, let's look at how those horsemen.
I am not going to warn anybody again. The next time I hear the comments that I have been hearing, I'm going to ask the various senators to leave the chamber. Continue, Senator Vieira.
Thank you. Let's look at how those horsemen have plowed through some other countries. China, whose economy has not just slowed down, but is in contracting with a weakened and uncertain currency. Turkey, where inflation has climbed not at 5.9%, but at above 83%. And prices in the transport, food, and housing services have skyrocketed. Britain, where living standards continue to fall as wages fail to outpace inflation amid soaring energy prices, food prices, potential power shortages, manufacturing output down, and a probable recession. Consider the plight of workers in the United States, where companies routinely forego responsibility to their employees, leaving it to customers to supplement their meager incomes via tips. In cold-hearted, profit-driven societies where capitalism favors the few at the cost of the many, you can work very hard at 2 jobs and still not be able to make a decent living, still not be able to pay your bills. Now that is treating workers with disdain, contempt, and scorn. Happily, in Trinidad and Tobago, as recognized in this budget, that is not who we are, and it is not where we are. Accordingly, we should not be ungrateful. We should not take for granted that this budget, even in the face of an uncertain global economy, people are officially recognized as a most valuable asset and central to our development. Citizens should be grateful for government's very careful stewardship of the economy over the last couple of years. They should not be blind to the beneficial fiscal measures geared towards putting more disposable income in the hands of consumers and towards safeguarding our social protection system and safety nets. Interventions for the socially displaced, social housing accommodation, access to education, the reopening of the gate, access to free health care. My impression of this budget is that the technocrats who prepared it did a good job explaining the circumstances which have brought us to where we are today. They have done a decent job in the conventional sense, in treating with the draft estimates and the allocations, using a cautiously optimistic approach for handling the country's finances over the next year. It seems to me that the Minister of Finance and government have done a good job in maintaining economic stability during a period of high disruption, uncertainty, and volatility. The last couple of years would have been a roller coaster for whoever was in government. Government deserves credit for keeping the ship of state afloat in turbulent and uncharted waters, where ineptitude would have resulted in either capsizing or running aground. But the budget is not perfect. In fact, from my perspective, there are some gaps and there are areas in need of improvement. And I offer the following suggestions by way of constructive criticism. To begin with, the budget suffers by being overly conventional. Typically, it is based on GDP, which reportedly has grown by 34% since 2020. But GDP only focuses on the market. It ignores the values and services produced by other actors in the state, and it has blind spots where externalities are concerned. That is to say, costs imposed on others without paying the price. Mainstream economics is blind to the fact that while our per capita GDP may be higher now than it was 7 years ago, or that while our nominal GDP is the highest it has been since we became an independent country, the rise in income levels has not made our society more equal. Accordingly, GDP, whether real, nominal, or otherwise, should not be treated as the be-all and end-all when considering what makes a country successful. We need to turn our priorities away from GDP growth. The budget also suffers by applying conventional thinking to solving complex social and economic problems, at times perpetuating the very problems we are trying to solve. Because the problems of the 21st century are not conventional, and they cannot be solved using 20th century approaches and systems. We need to reassess the way we do things, and we must be willing to abandon methods which are not of much use. An example of this is the continuing use of mosquito spraying. Now, I have complained about this in the past. How is it, even though they are aware of safer, more effective alternatives, that the insect vector department at the Ministry of Health continues to spray neighborhoods with malathion, a toxic substance which kills our pollinators and other beneficial insects, yet has little or no effect against the very mosquitoes being targeted? Is this based on habit? The fact that the insect vector control has been doing this for the past 50 years? Or is it because we like to make as if we're doing something, even when those who know better are fully aware that nothing constructive is happening? In fact, the opposite, because they are harming the environment. Instances like this cast doubt on those who are supposed to serve and protect us and how they conduct their operations. When administrators persist in pressing forward with the same old in the face of changed circumstances, when entrenched methods and systems are out of step with the needs of the time, it is government who runs the risk of disconnect and possible loss of trust. Besides relying on models which are overly based on how things have been rather than on what's to come, is the oft-heard complaint about red tape and bureaucracy. Now, I readily acknowledge that work has been done in terms of reducing red tape and improving systems in some quarters. For example, the renewal of driver's permits and identification cards. But much still needs to be done. If one can incorporate a company and file annual returns online, then why the need to go physically to company's registry for registered copies and certificates? Why should getting a grant of probate, effecting a change of car ownership, or the typing of criminal depositions be such a hassle and take so long? When will the call for meaningful customs reform be heeded? Reform that can reduce delays at the ports, delays which cost importers more, even when those delays are caused by customs. Now that we have grown accustomed to virtual meetings, why must decisions taken during meetings be put on a back burner until paper records are physically signed or initialed? Regulation should be updated to allow for electronic signatures. Minister Bacchus talked about the marriage that takes place between systems and the digital world. But we're not married just yet. I don't even know if they're engaged. Why are some institutions still requiring job applicants to provide proof of inoculation to qualify for employment or to be considered for a job interview? The following analogy could help put things in perspective. Not so long ago, I attended a meeting at Mount Hope Hospital. Now, when I got to the car park, the security guard would not let me drive into the empty lanes right in front of me or to use the car spaces there. Now, I'm not talking about 1 or 2 empty spaces, but a virtually empty car park. I was made to drive around the whole car park and park in a little poorly cordoned off area, a considerable walking distance from the building that I was looking to get to, even though directly in front of that building, there were rows of empty car park spaces available. So even though one should have been able to drive and park easily within the car park, some technocrat has made it unnecessarily difficult, having fenced off entire lanes and blocking passages for no good or any apparent reason, resulting in unsightliness, wasted space, and inconvenience to users. And this may be analogous to some of our regulations, systems, and procedures, which to begin with were never designed to promote efficiency or productivity. Unnecessary bureaucracy and red tape has made matters, simple matters, unnecessarily complicated and time-consuming. Unnecessary bureaucracy and red tape are symptoms of poor business processes, a lack of proper planning and oversight. Can you imagine that in this day and age, women aren't allowed to enter public offices if their tops are sleeveless? Or they're wearing tights? I mean, what's with that? Government must take meaningful steps to clear the bottlenecks and to get rid of unnecessary red tape. Resources should be allocated for streamlining and simplifying the country's regulations, systems, and procedures geared towards customer satisfaction and the promotion of efficiency and productivity. Regulations, systems, and procedures should serve citizens, not the other way around. Now, besides red tape reform, perhaps the greatest shift needed is reducing this country's over-reliance on the energy sector. The budget gives lip service to the notion of diversification, but offers no pathway or identifiable signposts on how such a transformation might be achieved. Indeed, the Minister of Finance's insistence on oil and gas being the cornerstone of our economy, and I quote from the budget statement, for years to come, coupled with the fact that the government's best plans for diversification actually relate to diversification within the energy sector, only serves to underscore an unhealthy addiction to oil and gas and an unhealthy reliance on the energy sector. Now, don't get me wrong. I recognize and I'm very grateful for the energy sector. It has served us well for many years, and it offers a lifeline in keeping this economy afloat. But the energy sector distorts the financial reality, among other things, by underwriting inefficiencies in the non-energy sector. So while it's good to hear that higher prices for oil, gas, and petrochemicals will spur on economic recovery and strengthen economic resilience, I am concerned that economic resilience seems to be revolving mainly around the energy sector. We should be expanding our horizons, not shrinking them. I'm not going to rehash what I have said in previous contributions about the blue and green economies, even though both promise immense resource wealth, great potential for boosting economic growth, employment, and innovation, other than to point out that neither aspect really feature in the budget. I'm not going to dwell on the need to take advantage of new opportunities in the services sector, for example, as relates to medical tourism, or the need to develop the services sector as an engine of growth. But I do caution that given the extreme volatility in oil and gas prices, and that it is no longer easy to produce oil and gas anymore, when the energy money eventually stops rolling in, as started to happen in 2014, unless we use this unexpected oil and gas windfall wisely, the consequences are going to be catastrophic. It is going to take daring and imagination to find and create jobs which are self-sustaining as we transition and diversify from the extractive sector, but it needs to be done. How we transition to sustainable diversification, I believe, is government's greatest challenge. A challenge substantially complicated by the fact that this is going to be happening while robotics, automation, and artificial intelligence are having a destructive impact on employment. All ramped up, all ready to go in the aftermath of COVID. Technological disruption should be at the top of the country's agenda. In an era of relentless change and uncertain future, we need an all hands on deck, not just government, but private sector, the unions, and the professional organizations to tap into and to develop more diverse talent pools. We should be investing in technology that will empower and enable citizens to be self-sufficient and productive. We need to be reskilling and upskilling the existing workforce. Digital literacy, that is to say, having the skills to thrive in a society where communication and access to information is done via digital technologies, such as online platforms and mobile devices. Digital literacy is essential, and those who fail to acquire digital expertise, they will be left behind. So I was happy to hear Minister Bacchus speak on digital literacy, the ICT centers, and the digital divide. Reskilling and upskilling may also take the form of on-the-job training, online learning, or development courses. All must be readily available. As the economy and the labor market gets more digitized, the greater the imperative to update citizen skills, including the elderly. The bar is being raised all the time. Now, the budget also makes mention about digitization of the creative sector and providing assistance to small and micro enterprises in that regard. Now, whether you're making movies, furniture, or music, unless small business and our creatives understand their intellectual property rights and how best to exploit them, we may be putting the cart before the horse. The Intellectual Property Office and the IP Academy should be front and center of this initiative, since the failure to register trademarks, designs, or apply for patent protection can be very damaging to a business. Yet the IP Office is literally and figuratively stuck in an old building between Frederick and Chacon Streets, difficult to get to by car, given the congested traffic in the area, the number of one-way streets, and the lack of parking. Studies have shown that investing in IP rights during bleak times can greatly increase market share. So if government is sincere about integrating the creative sector into the global marketplace, then the assets and resources at the IP office need to be better housed and more conveniently located. Those who work there and those who want to access the resources there in order to take control of their IP assets, they deserve better. Now, I've spoken in the past about the desirability for mass transit, in particular air trains, trams, and rail. The response that we will use buses instead is, in my view, unacceptable. Buses cannot move hundreds of people at a time. Buses get stuck in traffic, and they are notoriously unpunctual and unreliable. If we want to reduce traffic, if we want to get people to stop using cars, we have to offer them an attractive, affordable, and reliable alternative, which means mass transit. It is recognized in the budget that much of our food is imported, with annual food imports averaging more than 5 billion. It's also recognized that the crisis in Ukraine impacts the ability of the world's most powerful economies to feed their citizens. And there is a need to boost local production geared towards agro-processing to reduce our reliance on highly processed imported food. Government promises to build a more effective agricultural sector based on sustainable value chains using innovation, digitization, and technology and engagement of the private sector. Now, while this all sounds good, unless the constraints affecting agriculture are first addressed, they may just be platitudes. If we are to achieve food security, government must tackle the issue of improper land use. Farmers need better access to feed, veterinary care, financial and other support services. There must be greater concern for negative environmental impacts. And the Ministry of Works and Transport, together with the regional corporations, must address the poor roads and weak transportation networks serving our farmers. The Minister of Works spoke of a shift in focus from large projects towards road rehabilitation and repair and upgrading road efficiency. Well, I hope that the farming areas will be beneficiaries of this initiative. Last but not least, we also need to deal frontally with predial larceny, livestock theft, and piracy on the sea. How can we be talking about boosting agricultural production when these nefarious activities are allowed to flourish unabated? There are measures we can take geared towards the curtailment of these activities. Consider, for example, the establishment of anti-theft committees comprising farmers, police, regional authorities, and the Ministry of Agriculture representatives, charged with the formulation of anti-theft strategies, community and cluster policing, which will allow stakeholders to actively participate in decision-making and implementation. Is there sufficient branding, tattooing, electronic tagging to identify livestock? Are the authorities monitoring the sale of livestock to butchers and abattoirs? Are farmers keeping up-to-date stock records, livestock inventory, using photographs and videos where possible? Important evidence for successful prosecutions if and when those matters reach court. The authorities should be encouraging and supporting neighborhood watches in and around farming communities. If we want to boost agriculture, farmers must not only be incentivized financially, right? I read in the budget that we're going to be encouraging farmers to use solar energy. That's nice, but it's not enough. Our farmers need to feel safe and secure in their occupations. They must be provided with proper guidance and support in ways that are relevant to their needs. Piracy on the sea requires dedicated legal, military, and innovative interventions. The penalties for piracy should be increased, and the Coast Guard and the police need to be more proactive in taking preventative action, keeping constant watch in areas prone to piracy. If they're not up to the task, then perhaps the time has come to employ the services of privately contracted security teams, private security contractors to provide security personnel, both armed and unarmed, on board for protection against those cruel, bloodthirsty, voracious monsters. Under the rubric of medium-term policy framework, mention is made about government's awareness of several downside risks which could derail our economic recovery. Yet, notwithstanding all the flooding which has negatively impacted both islands these last few months, I see little or no provision for climate change or the need for disaster reduction and disaster preparedness. Anyone who is unconcerned about hurricanes, floods, droughts, and forest fires here or abroad must be living in a bubble, because climate change is happening and it is biting hard. While we may not have experienced devastating hurricanes, floods, and landslides on a scale as occurred in parts of Florida, Germany, Pakistan, Japan, and China recently, what we have experienced has nonetheless hobbled and ravaged communities, laying waste to roads and bridges. Besides the obvious inconvenience and setbacks for citizens, floods and natural disasters can cost the state billions, undermining gains made under the budget. Accordingly, reducing disaster risk should be a primary goal of the state. And this includes setting appropriate budgets for disaster risk reduction. We shouldn't wait for problems to occur and then try to fix them. We should aim to fix them before they start. The current reactive approach is not cost-effective. We need to implement disaster risk reduction using the Sendai framework as a starting point. Under the Sendai framework, we can prepare communities to bounce back after disasters by better understanding risk, by strengthening risk governance, by promoting resilient investments, and by preparing, responding, and building back better. The Australians are developing what they call the concept of betterment. A decision to delay investments in resilience today will mean the nation will struggle to pay for recovery from disasters tomorrow. Disaster risk reduction requires government to work closely with communities and stakeholders. It requires government to shift its focus and strategy from disaster response and recovery to risk prevention. It requires government to review and evaluate disaster management and sectoral legislation. And it requires an understanding of the future of interconnected, interdependent, multi-hazard risks and their potential impacts. Government must be held accountable for disaster risk reduction actions or the lack thereof. Now, I leave it to the economists and numbers crunchers to say whether the policies under this budget will help or harm the poor and middle class in the long run, and if so, to what extent. My concerns have been directed towards the need for diversification, tackling technological disruption, red tape reform, and a new paradigm for development. As stated at the beginning of my contribution, there is much for which we should be thankful. And while there may be positives to the budget, it falters by being out of step with the gestalt. The budget fails to appreciate that people have come out of this lockdown feeling anxious and pessimistic. Some were ill, some lost loved ones, some lost jobs, some lost businesses. Almost everyone has suffered a loss of income. And added to the stress of the pandemic, people are understandably concerned about price increases across the board, about disaffected youth and escalating crime, and whether the country is heading in the right or wrong direction. Becoming poor can happen quickly. One retrenchment or death can plunge a family into poverty. People want to see buffers against this in place. They want to see policies that will leave them feeling uplifted. People are more worried than hopeful. In a time of prevailing uncertainty, when an anxious population is looking for reassurance, hope, guidance, this conventional budget, this solid budget, doesn't go far enough. It lacks imagination. It doesn't resonate with people. It fails to offer a vision of hope with a clear path towards a future we can believe in. And I would like to believe that we can do better. I thank you.
Minister in the Office of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs.
Mr. Vice President, I thank you most sincerely for the opportunity to join in this debate. I'll firstly begin by, of course, commending Senator Vieira for his presentation here today, reminding us as senators that this is indeed the upper house, and reminding me as a new senator, a relatively new senator, only serving here for approximately 2.5 years, that is the quality of contributions that you expect from the upper house, because this is certainly not a Monday night forum or a show, or even the political hustings. I would immediately jump into some of the contributions, because of course there are certain things that I have to address on the record that was placed onto the record by Senator Lutchmedial. I want to share our opinion that Senator Lutchmedial, she articulated that, she sometimes feels vexed and she upset or something to that effect. Well, after listening to the senator's opening comments, immediately I was vexed and upset, because the senator made reference to viewing a Ram Leela not so long ago. And in addressing the Ram Leela, she spoke about the burning of Ravan, and she also spoke about the not so recent decision made by the DPP that two Rams were elevated. And as a Hindu and a practicing Hindu, I will say to the senator, bat in your crease and don't make reference to your Ram and the Ram that I know is two completely different Rams. And I will tell you why. For the non-Hindu public, the Sri Ram that I know, Mr. Vice President, being a Hindu and understanding what the Ramayana stands for, the Ram that I know, because while the senator witnessed a Ram Leela, I narrated Ram Leela for more than 15 years of my life. And in narrating the Ram Leela, I understand the virtues that the Sri Ram in the Ramayana stood for. I understand that he stood for Dharma. I understand that he stood for truthfulness. I understand that is what the Ram of Ayodhya represented. But the Ram that the senator referred to, one of the Rams didn't make my Ram did not make $11.9 million in legal fees during the year of 2010 to 2015. Maybe her Ram did that, the senator's Ram did that, but the Ram in the Ramayana that I know did not also collect legal fees for persons who were dead or deceased. Maybe her Ram did that, but the Ram that I know in the Ramayana did not do that. So I will respectfully submit to the senator, butt in your crease. If you do not understand the tenets of the Ramayana, do not make that analogy. So the same anger that the senator felt, one could imagine as a practicing Hindu what I felt when that analogy was made in this honorable Senate. Also, Senator Lutchmedial is so predictable. My good friend, Senator Lezama-Lee, reminded me that I wasn't allowed props. But even before entering into this budget, I did do a prop, but I understand the standing orders prevent me. And what I did, I knew I was coming after Senator Lutchmedial. I draw a line down my paper, write Faris on one end and I write fees on the next end. Because I know that is the only thing the senator was going to come into the Senate and make a contribution about. Faris and fees. Nothing else of value to uplift this country. Nothing of substance to lift the people of this country. So my paper was divided into Faris and fees. The next prop that I prepared, which I know I can't present to the people of Trinidad and Tobago because, of course, again, my friend reminded me that the standing orders would prevent me from doing that, was a prop where I wrote $137 million 2015 inherited UNC legal fees. But again, I can't present it to the public because that is what we at the Office of the Attorney General inherited when we assumed office in 2015. Approximately $137 million in legal fees that was accrued during the UNC tenure in office. So again, Mr. Vice President, I was not surprised. I wasn't taken aback. All the fire and the flame that the senator displayed, I know it was Faris fees, and that would have been the end of the honorable senator's contribution. Anyway, Mr. Vice President, but there were some critical statements made. There were also another contribution as it relates to fees again. And I have to remember that I'm also speaking to the good people of Trinidad and Tobago. The people of Trinidad and Tobago who are logged on to this debate because they don't want to hear. This is not the political hustings. This is where we are here to report to the people of Trinidad and Tobago for them to understand where their monies have been spent. And I want to make reference, Mr. Vice President, to a document that was laid by the previous Attorney General in another place. It was laid in this Parliament. And it was a document, it was laid in the Parliament, it was the 2nd of July, 2021. And I think it covers a snapshot of what has happened in the Office of the Attorney General. And if you may permit me to read into the record, because it speaks to expenditure and it speaks to the kinds of savings that took place in the Office of the Attorney General under a P&M-led administration, as opposed to what happened in a UNC-led administration. And in that particular document that was laid in the Parliament, if I may quickly read, it said, at the onset, the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs is able to report that the government has achieved a saving of some 2.456 billion in expenditure, 2.456 billion in expenditure, and listen, because of what? By the simple reorganization of three ministries into one umbrella ministry. And that is where what we would have had under a UNC administration was an Office of the Attorney General, the Ministry of Legal Affairs, and the Ministry of Justice. There was a minister in every ministry, a minister collecting a cabinet salary in every single ministry. What we did as an effective administration was consolidate all three ministries. And that report that was laid by the Honorable Faris Al-Rawi when he was then the Attorney General, it spoke about that simple amalgamation. What it says, the Appropriation and Supplementary Appropriation Acts for 11-year period 2010 to 2021 demonstrate that for the period 2010 to 2015, the three separated ministries incurred expenditure in the sum of 4.585 billion, while in comparison for the 6-year period 2015 to 2021, the Office of the Attorney General expended a sum of 2.129 billion dollars. So we're clearly seeing whereby from the get-go of the PNM administration coming into power and serving in the Office of the Attorney General by consolidating three ministries, which, as I said before, three separate ministers, three separate expenditure, we were able to cut the expenditure significantly. Another thing that I want to make reference to, and I wouldn't get into too much detail because I will leave it for my honorable and esteemed Attorney General to get into detail, was the talk about since this government, since in the Office of the Attorney General, making reference to the point that we don't win cases and we don't win matters. Of course, depending on the nature of a matter, I have been an advocate in the court, and I always hear my friend come in here and talking about the criminal court, and I often wonder what really kind of experience that she alludes to about having in the criminal court. The one who practices the law and really go to court and practices criminal law, you understand that matters can go anywhere based on the evidence that you have. So if you lose a matter in the criminal court, maybe it's just a very astute defense counsel on the other side. Maybe evidence was not presented in a particular way. But notwithstanding that statement, what I want to read into the record, which also came out of that report that was laid on the 2nd of July, 2021 by the then Attorney General. And this is just to remind the members of the public, because I am reminding myself as well that I'm speaking to you, the good people of Trinidad and Tobago, in respect of the pursuit of matters in relation to the construction of the highway to Point Fortin. The Office of the Attorney General and the state enterprise secured recovery of approximately $1 billion US. And that's That's one matter with a cross claim of approximately 1.4 billion TT dollars, while defending claims against the state close to 250 million in other matters relating to the same project. All of these matters relates to event occurring prior to 2015. In respect of one claim for breach of constitutional rights commenced in 2015 relating to matters prior thereto, the state involving damages over 80 million. The Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs achieve a savings of 30 million TT dollars in damages. And that particular report, of course, I have a lot to report to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. That report, and I read it into the Hansard, that report of the 2nd of July 2021, it's a report in which the then Attorney General, of course, would have explained to this country and to this Honorable Senate, and not this Honorable Senate, sorry, this Honorable Parliament, what was happening as it relates to expenditure, as it relates to legal fees and all of that. So, just piggybacking again on what Senator Lutchmedial would have said, in her political speech, where she reminded the people of this country, every time you stand by the fuel pump, she spoke about what kind of fees we spend. I want to remind the people of Trinidad, and I'm borrowing from her speech, every time you stand by the fuel pump, remember the $11.9 million one of the RAM make. Every time your children have to drive on a halfway road, remember the $137 million in 2015 that Trinidad, that we as a government inherited and had to deal with those fees. So, Mr. Vice President, that is the extent to which I will deal with those issues, because I appreciate that I have to report, and I have a responsibility now to report as we in the upper house and senators would do, so that the people, to have a conversation with the people of Trinidad and Tobago, so that they have a sense as to what their government has been doing. Mr. Vice President, let me take the opportunity to make reference to in preparation for this debate, I came across a quote, and it said, leaders must be courageous enough to make tough decisions and ensure that the relevant people understand why the decisions are being made. As more tough decisions need to be taken in the future, please ensure that the implications are explained clearly to the population so that they could buy in and they would support. And believe it or not, Mr. Vice President, this quote was taken from it's page 39 of the Hansard of a 2020 debate of an Appropriation Financial Bill 2021 by our very own independent Senator, Dr. Dylan Remy. And when I came across that particular quote, Mr. Vice President, it reminded me of my responsibility of being a part of the government, so therefore being a part of the leadership of this country. It reminded me of my responsibility to engage in a conversation with the people of this country, this beloved country, so that they understand exactly what has been happening in the ministry. To that, using that quote and springboarding off of that quote by the Honorable Senator Dr. Dylan Remy, to that effect, I must express that the Prime Minister, as a leader of this nation, is courageous to make those tough decisions to ensure the stability of our beautiful country. Piggybacking again out of that quote made by Dr. Dylan Remy, where leaders must be courageous enough, I must acknowledge the Minister of Finance for making and those tough decisions and being courageous enough to take the licks from different quarters in order to ensure that we can secure a future for this country. So it would have been remiss of me if before I jump into my presentation, I did not acknowledge our Prime Minister and I did not acknowledge our Honorable Minister of Finance. Mr. Vice President, in preparation for this particular debate as well, it brought me to a statement that was made on the 30th of November 2008, and it was a statement by our previous political leader, Mr. Manning. And Mr. Manning said, government has a special responsibility to ensure that our economy is kept in motion, the people kept employed, and the social fabric kept strong. And now in preparing for this presentation, discussion, I decided that I was going to look at the Office of the Attorney General and the Ministry of Legal Affairs, and how is it, or how have we over the years, or within the last fiscal, how we have been able there to ensure that our economy is kept in motion, the people kept employed, and the social fabric kept strong. Now, of course, if we go through the length and breadth of the different ministries, you would find that, okay, for example, what happens in the Ministry of Trade and Industry may be more relevant to Mr. Manning's quote, God bless his soul, as it relates to government's responsibility to ensure that our economy is kept in motion. But believe it or not, even at the Office of the Attorney General and the Ministry of Legal Affairs, which again, I am so blessed and privileged at this stage in my life to have the opportunity to serve the good people of this country in. Even at the Office of the Attorney General and the Ministry of Legal Affairs, some of the policies and measures we have implemented, I can say, also in some way or the other contributes to keeping that economy in motion, and more so in keeping our people employed. Beyond keeping our people employed, what I can also say, we have implemented policies at the ministry that also keeps our people employable, and it keeps because we have a relatively young legal staff throughout the length and breadth of the ministry. And this, to this end, Mr. Vice President, what I want to turn to is the human resource aspect as it exists in the ministry, in the Office of the Attorney General and the Ministry of Legal Affairs. Mr. Vice President, and of course for the benefit of the viewing and listening public, the Office of the Attorney General and the Ministry of Legal Affairs, we employ a total of 2,036 persons. And the figure comprises, of course, contract employment, short-term contract employment, and of course public servants as well. Now, in this ministry, Mr. Vice President, again for the benefit, because again we are counting to the taxpayers as to where your money is spent, throughout the length and breadth of especially the Office of the Attorney General, that part of the ministry, we are looking at a total of 15 legal units and departments and 12 non-legal units and departments. So therefore, we have a significant amount of people that is under our remit. Now, in turning to what, because I did mention at the Office of the Attorney General, one of the policy positions we have taken is to ensure that our people are employable. And what we do is that we do considerably believe in investing in our people through training and continuous training mechanisms. So what you would find, Mr. Vice President, over the last fiscal, and this is definitely a policy that we intend to continue, is the development of our young professionals and our administrative and legal. Now, at the Office of the Attorney General, Mr. Vice President, we understand the importance of training and development of our human resource, as well as offering opportunities for other professionals to learn and, of course, to develop themselves. Opportunities, for example, Mr. Vice President, the undergraduate and graduate internship program, where on a yearly basis almost 28 undergraduate students participate in, and they have an opportunity to learn from of course, legal luminaries within the parameters of the ministry. Mr. Vice President, the ministry continues, the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs, as we continue to build our human resources. The ministry partnered with the Scholarships and Advanced Training Division of the Ministry of Education to employ associate professionals. Now, associate professionals, to the members of the listening public, may be those young persons who win scholarships, and then, of course, they require a place to do their in-service. We open our arms to these young professionals, these bright young professionals who work throughout the length and breadth of the ministry. And what we also believe it engenders that culture within our young people of giving back and serving their country as well. Because you got a scholarship from the country, it is important for you to understand what it is now to give back to your country. And we are so pleased to have been partnering with the Ministry of Education as we bring these young professionals, again, recognizing at the Office of the Attorney General the importance in developing our young people who ultimately are the future of this country. Mr. Vice President, well, there's a continuous partnership with the Hewarding Law School as well, where on a continuous basis for in-service training, we would have approximately 23 or more in-service trainees from the law school who again have the opportunity to come into the ministry. And they don't learn from me because I'm a politician. I'm in a revolving door. So I hear today, I go on tomorrow. But who they learn from is the long-standing, who they learn from are the long-standing public servants and legal officers who work in the ministry. And of course, they have an opportunity, in my respectful submission, to learn from some of the best lawyers that exist at that ministry. Again, apolitical lawyers, politicals who are not politically associated with any party, but simply officers or public officers who are lawyers who continue to contribute to the development of laws in this country. What we also have is training programs, Mr. Vice President. That's where some of our expenditure goes into. Training programs offered to 150, this year alone, I believe, 155 staff members in the areas ranging, but not limited to competition law, training in research for legal staff. We even do Spanish as a foreign language, Spanish training, because of course there are certain matters, especially immigration and those kind of matters related to same, where you may need your lawyers to also have that training in Spanish. Strategic facility management. So, Mr. Vice President, I'm happy to report to Trinidad and Tobago that as a part of our expenditure, we have been investing in our people. We have been investing in our, of course, there is a lot more to be done. I can also speak to having assumed office as the minister in that ministry. I was given the full blessings by the previous Attorney General, and of course, I know I have the blessings of the current Attorney General, where I would work with different departments throughout the length and breadth of the ministry and collaborate with the Judicial Education Institute, the JEI, to ensure that we can get further training for our lawyers, further training in areas of advocacy, training in legal drafting. I'm pleased to also, for the record, place on the record that I'm currently in conversation with the Chief State Solicitor, where he has presented to me a proposal with areas of further development that he wants for his staff, recognizing again his staff is a very sometimes fresh out of Hewarding Law School. I was a young lawyer once, and I understand what it is, the learning of the law. Mr. Vieira is the lawyer. We have so many lawyers in here who understand the real practice of the law is really not on the books and it's not in law school. It's the first day that you step out of school and you start practicing. That's where learning really begins. And in recognizing that, being, of course, having gone through the process, and of course coming from a background where I was a teacher myself, I understand the importance of investing in our young people, working with our young people, and of course giving them an opportunity to develop themselves. So I'm pleased, and I'm sure that I will get the blessings of the AG to work with other departments as we expand our collaboration with the Judicial Education Institute to ensure that we continue that training and building our human resource and building, because again, the Office of the AG is the watchdog of the state, and building our lawyers so that they can indeed grow and prosper and certainly develop and go along the path that we want them to go. So, Mr. Vice President, that is one of the areas that I quickly wanted to report to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, in accounting to you where your monies have been spent in the Office of the Attorney General, because of course human resource, that development, especially for younger lawyers, is very dear to my heart. In Mr. Manning, and I started off by making reference to that quotation made by Mr. Manning when he, our then Prime Minister. Mr. Manning also spoke about the responsibility of leaders in ensuring that our social fabric is kept strong. And I think in looking at this part, the social fabric kept strong, this is a part that here we can see significant roles played by the Office of the Attorney General. Mr. Vice President, the social fabric, as we know, of Trinidad and Tobago touches and concerns every single citizen, from our elderly to our adults to our children. Mr. Vice President, when I think about the social fabric of this nation, I think of all our interactions, our structures, our laws, our belief systems, and how we as a people come together. And I think more so about our laws and governance. And this area, and keeping our social fabric strong, I believe that this is one of the areas that the Office of the Attorney General and the Ministry of Legal Affairs plays a very, very critical role. And in looking at the role that we play, and of course the investment that we are continuing to make, and as it relates to our expenditure, what I will now turn to is certain legal departments in the Office of the AG, and speak to the work and their achievements and some of our work plans for the future. If I may now turn to the Criminal Justice Unit. You know, we even Senator Lutchmedial spoke about, the criminal justice system being critical to her. And of course, it's critical and it's important to every single citizen of this country. And I am pleased, and I know so too is the Attorney General, and I know in his contribution he would make reference to what his observances has been in the Criminal Justice Unit. But I want to personally recognize Mr. Vice President, Mrs. Farzana Nazir Mohammed, who's the head of the Criminal Justice Unit at the Office of the Attorney General, who has the responsibility of leading a team, again, of very young lawyers who have given and continue to give their time and service to this country in whichever way they can, in order to ensure that we really revamp our criminal justice system. Now, Mr. Vice President, this Criminal Justice Unit, as a part of our expenditure and achievements, what this unit has done, they have collaborated with the Law Reform Commission and the Chief Parliamentary Council Department. And Mr. Vice President, I'm happy to report to this country they have accomplished the introduction and the passage of a significant number of laws over the past 2 years, working on policy, and well, at least the 2 years that I have been there, because I could only report for the period that I've actually been in the ministry, working on policy and legislation such as the anti-gang legislation, decriminalization of marijuana, improved sexual offences law, pepper spray. The parliamentary period 2021 to 2022, this unit, Mr. Vice President, have been instrumental in working on legislation that abolishes the year and a day rule. And we also came out recently of a special select committee that deals with amendments to the Sexual Offences Act, voyeurism in particularly. This unit was very instrumental in the orchestrating, creating the policy and the law as it relates to that area. Mr. Vice President, anything criminal justice, this unit occupies all its time and resources towards. For example, they have coordinated several implantation projects. For example, member of the Nightingale Committee for the implementation of Anti-Terrorism Bill 2022, which facilitates the return of nationals, which are women and children from conflict zone. This particular unit, I'm pleased to report to the country, also sit as a member of the Roundtable Drafting Committee for the National Action Plan of the Caribbean Firearms Roadmap, which attempts to reduce the flow of illicit firearms and ammunition within the Caribbean region. The CJU unit, I'm pleased to report to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, has also tabled several bills for discussion at the Legislative Review Committee. And of course, I will not speak out of turn. I will leave that for the most distinguished AG to speak to when he does his presentation as to what his plans for our legislative agenda would look like. Mr. Vice President, if I may now, in having a conversation with the people of Trinidad and Tobago, report on the role and function of our anti-terrorism unit at the Office of the AG, so the people of Trinidad and Tobago could again understand where your monies and your resources, your taxpayers are, because I'm a taxpayer too, so I understand why the people of Trinidad and Tobago would want and that level of accountability. And I'm pleased to account to the people of Trinidad and Tobago that your anti-terrorism unit at the Office of the AG is alive and well. And again, I must recognize Ms. Vieira Sharma, a young lady again, who is spearheading that anti-terrorism unit and is doing a remarkable work with her team in ensuring that, that our fight against white-collar crime and ensuring that we are compliant with international obligations are up to par. The anti-terrorism unit, Mr. Vice President, I'm pleased to report to the people of Trinidad and Tobago Tobago carried out training with several entities over the period of 2018 to 2022. Entities that received training, Mr. Vice President, ranged from Financial Investigation Branch, TTPS, Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, SSA, University of Southern Caribbean, Immigration Division, to name a few. So what we have been doing and what we have been encouraging amongst these units is once laws are placed on the books, we are encouraging our units to now go out there and lend the training because we understand the law on a book is one thing, operationalization is another part of it. And in recognizing that a lot of effort and time is allotted by these units, and now after critical pieces of legislation are passed, we're working with other stakeholders to ensure that they understand, they are sensitized. So once the law becomes operational, they have a full understanding, and I would have already identified some of the partner stakeholders that this unit particularly works with. Mr. Vice President, there are also several legislative accomplishments coming from this unit at the Office of the Attorney General and the Ministry of Legal Affairs, such as the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Act, Trinidad and Tobago Special Economic Zones Act, the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Regulations. All of those are things. Of course, there are some areas that require some further attention for operationalization, but I must commend this unit for the hard work that they continue to do in ensuring that the laws and the social fabric of our nation is kept together. This unit, Mr. Vice President, works consistently to ensure that Trinidad and Tobago's international obligations pursuant to the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, standards are also met. So again, that is me just simply in a nutshell, because there's so much to report on, but such a limited time, just flagging some of the general areas that these units are responsible for. And of course, I must commend them. Mr. Vice President, there's also a unit known as the International Office of Child Rights that operates out of the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs, where Trinidad and Tobago, your taxpayers' dollars are spent in, of course, developing this unit. They have played a critical role in legislative reform to seek the amendments to the Act and drafting supporting regulations as it relates to children. Just a few days ago, as a matter of fact, I saw that the International Office of Child Rights, they would have also engaged in some training sessions again, which they partnered with, persons from The Hague, as it relates to again training on critical issues as it relates to international obligations on the rights of a child. So that is also another area, Mr. Vice President. If I now respectfully turn to the Environmental Commission. The Environmental Commission also falls in the Office of the Attorney General and the Ministry of Legal Affairs. In this particular commission, Mr. Vice President, work is in progress at the commission as it relates to the law, analyzing the Environmental Management Act, Chapter 3305, and proposing amendments that are in alignment with the international best practices for environmental courts that are targeted at maximizing the use and efficiency of the court. And of course, the weather that is blazing all of us nearly every single day, we understand how critical climate change is, and addressing those issues are. So of course, kudos to the Environmental Commission that also forms part of our ministry, and to you, the people of Trinidad and Tobago. This is where your taxpayers' dollars are going in developing these units and ensuring that they're provided with the resources so that they can ensure that proper litigation laws are passed that could of course enhance our experiences as citizens in this country. Going back again to what Mr. Manning would have said, ensuring that our social fabric is kept strong. Mr. Vice President, there are so many units, but the last unit that I would perhaps, two last units I would look at is the Central Authority, for example, reporting to you, the people of Trinidad and Tobago again. This Central Authority unit is also presently engaged in looking into further legislation and administrative reforms under the Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters Act to refine and to bring the scheme of mutual legal assistance to the forefront of of contemporary international cooperation practices. So again, to you, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, this is the central authority. It's alive, it's kicking, it's doing well, and it's a unit that operates out of the Office of the Attorney General, which focuses again on critical pieces of legislation to keep our social fabric strong. And then, of course, it would be remiss of me if I don't recognize the Human Rights Unit. The Human Rights Unit, of course, critical to the implementation of critical human rights. That unit, just about 6 days ago, Mr. Vice President, the unit would have partnered and this unit and members of our unit just about 6 days ago would have were invited, to speak at a model UN United Nations forum in which we would have worked with students. That unit would have worked with students, training them on the critical areas of human rights. Again, that is as the Office of the Attorney General and the Ministry of Legal Affairs
Senator Sooklal, you have 5 minutes remaining.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. As we continue our outward reach to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Vice President, in looking at, so as I would have indicated, those are the units from the get-go. Before I jumped into the units, I would have indicated those are some of the units and what they have been able to achieve and where the taxpayers' dollars are going in the Office of the AG side. If I may now turn to the Office, the Ministry of Legal Affairs side. On the Office, on the Ministry of Legal Affairs side, I have to recognize our very hard-working Registrar General, Ms. Karen Bridgewater. Notwithstanding the trepidation of the pandemic and all of the challenges that she has faced, she continues to do her endeavor best to steer that department, the Office of the Ministry of the Registrar General's department, in the right direction. Notwithstanding, Mr. Vice President, the challenges that the pandemic had created, this lady, the Registrar General, and the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs, I'm pleased to report to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, is also in the final stages of full digitization of a number of services at the Registrar General's department. The Registrar General's department, for example, Mr. Vice President, has in the last few years built out 3 integrated registries, which is the Land Companies and Civil Registries, with the replacement and upgrade of its processes and systems, Mr. Vice President, both hardware and software levels. Now, Mr. Vice President, the ministry has already launched, and members of the public, I'm sure, are aware of, the PBRS system, which is the Property and Business Registration System, as well as its new Companies Registry online system, the CROSS system, which both offer a seamless and user-friendly access. Now, I will admit that, of course, like with any technology, I mean, I will bat in my crease, and I don't ever pretend to understand technology, but at least at this level. But of course, we would have had our challenges once these systems went live. And as you understand, and as a country, I'm hoping will understand that once these new systems go live, it's only then our technocrats may be able to fully appreciate what difficulties or challenges they may have to now address their mind to. So certainly, I would not pretend that these systems have gone live without issues. But the people of Trinidad and Tobago can rest assured that we are the office, the Registrar General's department continues its work in upgrading these systems to ensure that we continue on the path of proper service delivery to, of course, you, the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And there are so much other, there are so many. I'm pleased to also report that we have had shipments of our polymer paper. And I am making reference to this in particular because I have social media, my social media pages, and I know members of the public will often reach out to me with complaints about you go to a particular office and you may not have paper, or this is something that is said to them. I want to place on the public record that we do do have in our possession the polymer paper, and no citizen should have the cause to complain that they are unable to complete their transaction. A considerable amount of expenditure has been spent on securing this paper to ensure that the Office of the Registrar General operates at its full capacity, and I am very, very pleased to report to the people of Trinidad and Tobago about, at least what has been happening in a nutshell, and that's very much a nutshell, because again, Mr. Vice President, there's so much more I wish I had the time to speak to, but I must again, as I close off on the Registrar General's department, of course, commend the Registrar General for the work that she continues to do. Mr. Vice President, again, time will not permit me, but I do want to place on the record that I did hear Senator Devanarayan when she would have spoken about, with such passion about certain things in previous budget debates she would have asked for. I, in particular, I know Senator Devanarayan, I'm sure she would have been pleased when she noted that at least, and I'm sure Minister Gopi Skoon will deal with that, with the forex that I would have noted in previous budget debates. She would have asked for forex and more forex to be available. So while I know the senator may be upset about certain things that this budget probably didn't satisfy, I'm asking every single senator in this honorable chamber to look at this budget with an open mind. There are several other senators that I had planned to make reference to previous budget debates where they had asked for particular things and identify how this budget in some way or the other attempted to satisfy it. I don't have the time, but I'm just asking all of our senators to look with an open mind of the budget, and of course listen to the government bench as we attempt to defend not a budget, but to defend, Mr. Vice President, making good decisions, making right decisions, making the best decisions for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Vice President, I thank you.
Senators, as we observe Standing Orders 51-1 for the last contribution, I call to the mic Senator Hislop.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Coming after what I would consider a boxing match, Mr. Vice President, and sitting in very prime seats in the stands, I must say that Senator Lutchmedial had to raise a hand in defeat and cry no mas, no mas. Because pound for pound, Mr. Vice President, I want to score it unanimously in favor of Senator Renuka. I could still feel the heat, Mr. Vice President, inside the booth. I could still feel the heat. I almost wondered if the podium was melted, Mr. Vice President. But before I continue, Mr. Vice President, it's late in the evening, but I think we need to address something that was said very early in the day. And I personally take umbrage, if that's parliamentary language, Mr. Vice President, for a clear attack by Senator Mark on the Prime Minister of this country. He made the allegations very open, very wide. But, Mr. Vice President, there's no need for that. We listen. But we know what the problem is, Mr. Vice President. You see, they're not accustomed to a Prime Minister who could stand scrutiny. They've tried so many times, even when he was in opposition. They tried so many times to get rid of him. But he's still there. And if I want to invoke a former leader of this great movement, one by the name of Patrick Manning, and he says, "Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death." He says, "Do you know why I'm still standing?" And I believe that Dr. Rowley has the same mantra. "Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil," Mr. Vice President. And so that is the challenge, Mr. Vice President. That's the challenge they have with Dr. Rowley.
Senators, not the crosstalk, the volume of the crosstalk and the pointing of fingers. Let us keep it senatorial for the rest of the evening, please.
You see, it's not only Dr. Rowley, but for some reason, the UNC, Mr. Vice President, has an affinity with Tobago people and successful Tobago people. So it's not only Dr. Rowley they're coming after, but they're coming after the Warner family. And for what reason? They alone know. They alone know. So he doesn't sleep at anybody's house except the Prime Minister's residence. No. Can they find anything in, his declarations are always on point. Every time they come with something, Mr. Vice President, about an issue in his declaration, it is dealt with. And so the opposition is going to continue trying to attack the Prime Minister. But we on this side stand in defense not only of Trinidad and Tobago, but we stand in complete defense of our leader and the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley. So if you want to find out if there is a residence, ask him, pick up the phone and call him, Senator Mark, through you, Mr. Vice President. And he may answer you whether or not your allegations are founded. But Mr. Vice President, I want to thank you for the privilege to contribute to this important document before us. I want to congratulate the Minister of Finance, the Minister in the Ministry of Finance, and all the technocrats in the Ministry of Planning who put together a complete and comprehensive piece of work. But Mr. Vice President, not only for this work I want to compliment them, but I want to compliment them for guiding the country through this perilous period. Senator Vieira mentioned that we ought to be grateful, or we ought to be thankful of where we stand as a country in Trinidad and Tobago. Because truth be told, you look around the world and our circumstances, Mr. Vice President, could have been vastly different. When other countries are sadly amputating limbs of their economies, Trinidad and Tobago is administering medication. And that is done through responsible management of a difficult situation. This PNM government has been able to face the storm head-on, sail through it, and we are looking to come out on the other side a bit bruised, but we're not dead. So contrary to what some may be saying, the ship has not sunk, neither is it sinking, Mr. Vice President. You see, I'm a proud citizen of Trinidad and Tobago. proud member of the People's National Movement, and I'm a proud member of this esteemed house. I'm a proud Tobagonian. And I make no apologies for either of them. And before I came into this house, Mr. Vice President, I was what you may consider the average citizen. Keeping my nose down, going to work every day, making my living, and living on what the good Lord blessed me with. Working hard for my family and my community. And I worked in several industries. I worked in the banking sector, worked in tourism, and presently enjoy my work in construction. And I was given an opportunity to serve, and I embraced the opportunity wholeheartedly, Mr. Vice President. You see, we can never fully understand what every individual is experiencing because every individual's case is different and every family's circumstance is unique. You see, even though I have achieved this position, Mr. Vice President, I still shop at the same grocery as I did before, buy my gas, and I was shocked the last time I went to the grocery and the last time I had to fill up my tank. For what I had to pay for what I got, Mr. Vice President. You see, there are persons on the ground who lament the discomfort and the hardship. However, they also understand the reasons for the measures taken. We cannot and we shall not ignore these cries. The effects of reduced subsidies are real, and that's why, Mr. Vice President, the social safety net of all social assistance grants to assist the most vulnerable was expanded, even though it was expanded on a temporary basis. That travel grant is going to go to benefit somebody. It's going to benefit 175,000 citizens. And would cost this country $175 million. And the reality for us, Mr. Vice President, is that all of those social grants are still available to citizens of this country. You see, in my beloved island of Tobago, it pains me to receive calls from families who were in receipt of food cards before the PNM demitted office and are now struggling to get food. And as often as I can, I do whatever is in my ability to assist without hesitation, because that's who I am. And it was who I am before I became a senator, and I will continue to be that way until, or even after, as long as God gives me the strength and the ability to do so. You see, Mr. Vice President, the finance minister in his budget statement opened by saying that over the last 7 years, have been particularly challenging for us financially as a country. And there's a recognition that it has been challenging financially for the man and the woman on the street. Any increase on the fuel or on the food can be detrimental to a family's budget. And the government is tasked with making the decisions for the benefit of the whole, not one or two sectors, but the whole. And sometimes in doing that, Mr. Vice President, a sector may feel left out. But the government has to look at the whole picture. You see, even in our own families, we are faced with changes to income, and hard decisions sometimes, painful decisions are made. Not to the benefit of one, but to the whole. You see, as someone directly involved in the construction sector, as I said before, Mr. Vice President, the effects are really felt. You see, a diesel bill of $700 every 2 days to refill equipment is now $1,800. And that hits at the bottom line. But you see, we understand the realities that we face globally. I want the country to imagine if that bill, what that bill would be if we used the $8 per liter price that the market demands. What would that bill be? But this government, in its management of the economy, found a way that even if the subsidy had to be reduced to an extent, it wasn't fully reduced so that it will create shocks throughout the economy. You see, from the moment the PNM took over governance of this country in 2015, we have been on a mission, led by our leader, a mission of stabilization and growth. You see, because we experienced, Mr. Vice President, a spending spree in this country during 2010 to 2015, with record budgets and expenditure which were compounded by record deficits. In order to meet these record deficits, in order to have this wanton spending, the deficits kept growing and growing. And we have to ask ourselves the question, when we are now faced with a tight situation, not primarily of our doing, but compounded by external factors, what do we do? Do we forge ahead with decisions that are unsustainable, or do we pivot? Do we change direction? Mr. Vice President, I am proud that I belong to a government that sees the challenge, understands the challenge, and pivots to face the said challenge. You see, the budget affects real people in real ways, for better or for worse. But I believe that the budget is corrective and not punitive. In other words, Mr. Vice President, the budget seeks to create an environment for growth and stability, coming out of a difficult time. It is not about inflicting punishment, because what is the gain by inflicting punishment? I want to mention some of the positives in the budget that may have been overlooked, and I believe some of them were touched. But there are a couple of things that are close to my heart, Mr. Vice President, and one of them being the Youth Agricultural Homestead Program. And I know we are privileged to have 3 ministers of agriculture on our bench, so they will delve more in depth into these things. But this program, Mr. Vice President, says that we are not only talking the talk, but we walking the walk. We are about making agriculture attractive. Because when you look at it, when you have 150 young persons between the ages 18 to 35 being given an opportunity to contribute positively to the development of this country, to contribute by putting food on the tables of citizens and money in their pockets, Mr. Vice President, that's 150 young people, young men and women, who are charting a different path, who are doing something positive. And as Minister Cummings was quoted as saying, it is not a hit or miss arrangement. We are not just giving you land and say go plant. We are getting you the training to empower you to get on these lands in an informed position so that you will be a 21st century farmer. You see, we're not just creating farmers, Mr. Vice President, we're creating businessmen and businesswomen in the agricultural sector. And this 150 comes out of a 1,600 cohort application, Mr. Vice President. So this tells me, this tells the country, that there's a large number of young persons who are tuned into the opportunities that this government is presenting. And so when we feel that persons are not paying attention to what we are doing, this small demographic says to us that there are people who are aware, there are young people who are interested, and there are young people who are taking the opportunities. And we spoke about the Shade House Initiative as well. These are significant factors that would not only benefit individuals, but would benefit the country. The change in the gate policy, Mr. Vice President, you see, this creates a huge opportunity for our young people, and more so our underprivileged youth, who have the acumen and the desire for further education, but not the financial means. The criteria for accessing GATE has been adjusted to permit students in good standing enrolled in accredited institutions and programs to qualify if they have completed an initial program of study, such as a diploma or an associate degree. You see, even in these difficult financial times, Mr. Vice President, the government is still attempting to create avenues for growth and development. So when we hear it say that the budget is and you know, I heard Senator Vieira and I smiled. I said, the independent bench adds to the debate in the Senate, Mr. Vice President, because you can have sober reflection. And if I might say, there may be only two benches, Mr. Vice President, who can give sober reflection. You see, I want to turn my attention to my island, Tobago. As the folk song says, come let we go, come let we go, come let we go to Tobago. Let me start, Mr. Vice President, by saying that any investment in the development of Tobago has always to be seen as an investment in the national development. There are some who would like to see Tobago as a separate entity, but for me, Tobago is a partner in the development and the growth of our republic. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the Prime Minister and the Cabinet by extension that even after the results of December 6th, the collaborative environment experienced on the island between central government and the THA has continued. You see, this PNM administration, Mr. Vice President, is about a whole-of-government approach. And it has been proven that Tobago is a part of that plan. And even when our party is not in control, when we are no longer in control of the Tobago House of Assembly, we are still interested in Tobago's development. So when you talk about a national party, in all essence of the phrase, you can only refer to the People's National Movement as the only national party. You see, over the last 20 years, Mr. Vice President, the island's GDP has more than doubled. And this period has been the period when PNM was in control of the THA. The significant investment in human capital development resulted in a marked increase in the number of persons with tertiary education from 5% of the population in 2001 to 20% in 2020. We can boast of an efficient, modern ferry service between the islands. And this, Mr. Vice President, was put in place by a PNM government. You see, from the commissioning of the TNT Express in 2006 and the TNT Spirit in 2007 to at present the modern and newly acquired Buku Reef and APT James, as well as the Galleon's Passage, I cannot recall the last time I heard the chorus about issues on the sea bridge. We have excess capacity, but we will never be given the credit for rectifying that. But we will take it. Humbly, we will take the credit. If you give us licks when things go bad, give us credit when it's good. But you see, Mr. Vice President, we don't. I'm hearing.
Kindly allow the Senator to make his contribution without disturbance.
You see, truth is truth, Mr. Vice President. And we don't govern for likes or for credit. We govern for what's best for the country. The island also achieved major strides in its social infrastructure, to the extent that when you compare the island, not the country, but the island of Tobago, it is on par or above many other countries in the region. The number of schools, community centers, health centers, playing fields, and you name it, hospitals, health centers. We have a per capita, we have, to some extent, we may have too much, Mr. Vice President, but we have the best that you can get in Tobago. The establishment of Cove Estate as an eco-industrial hub. All of these things, Mr. Vice President, are resident in Tobago and for the benefit of not only Tobago, but for the nation. 65.6 megawatts generation that makes Tobago power independent. So when there was a blackout in Trinidad recently, Tobago was the shining beacon still able to generate its own electricity. That is direct P&M policy at work, Mr. Vice President. You see, over the past years, development in Tobago was not based on VAPs and VIKIVI, but on a comprehensive economic development plan. So, Vice President, this formal planning process greatly assisted in guiding the island's development. Because when you look at Tobago's history, the 5 areas that we benefit, job creation, when the P&M came into office in THA in 2001, the unemployment rate was 13%. By 2021, it was 2.5%, Mr. Vice President. My desire, and I'm sure the desire of many Tobagonians, is that the good work that was done by previous P&M administrations will be continued. The P&M has laid the foundation in Tobago, and so the work just needs to be continued. The work of the former Chief Secretaries, Mr. Vice President, cannot be denied. But you see, all this good work, Mr. Vice President, could be lost in 4 short years. But you know, Mr. Vice President, I understand Senator Lyder's predicament this evening, you know, because he's hearing clear facts and he's unable to handle the facts, Mr. Vice President. And even my sister, Senator John from Tobago, is also dealing with hearing the facts. And I'll make it abundantly clear to Senator Lyder, Mr. Vice President, this was between 2001 to 2021.
Senators, the level of crosstalk is a little unbearable. It's not allowing the senator to complete. This is my 3rd warning within the same contribution. I kindly ask within our last contribution for the evening that we, keep our attention up and our respect.
Mr. Vice President, I continue. The great work done by 2 specific units in Tobago, BDU and Venture Capital, needs to be continued, but not only continued, expanded. You see, this will greatly assist in developing a true and vibrant private sector. And it was through direct initiatives by these 2 units in the THA that fostered an environment that saw so many successful small businesses over the years. And I hope that when it is expanded, that these businesses can move from small to medium to even large enterprises. I want to move to the allocation, Mr. Vice President. With a total allocation of $2.521 billion, in my estimation, Mr. Vice President, it is adequate. More is always welcome. But this, Mr. Vice President, is $185 million more than what was allocated last year. And over the years, previous administrations were able to do so much with its allocation. You see, all the good works that you see achieved in Tobago was achieved with similar levels of allocation. But there was prudent management, and much was achieved with what some may call little. But it would be remiss of me if I contributed today and not mention the lost opportunity that was the Sandals project. You see, it was not only to benefit Tobago, but it was supposed to benefit the entire country. You see, bellboys, housekeepers, and service staff are very important to the tourism industry, but the industry doesn't stop there. The industry is about foreign exchange, sustainable employment, and service. It is also about generating major income for spin-off industries. Agriculture, light manufacturing, and the creative sector. Could you imagine the level of productivity that could have happened in Tobago, simply in the agricultural sector, if sandals was allowed to happen? You see, a study done in February 2019 on the tourism sector, where conservative estimates suggested that the expansion of the tourism sector had the potential to expand Tobago's economy by 25% or $500 million. This, Mr. Vice President, meant that valuable foreign exchange and employment would have been a reality. We have a second bite at the cherry with the Marriott, even though it's at a smaller scale. But I'm hoping now that those who would have run off sandals, because they are in governance now, would embrace Marriott. You see, what is critical is for the island to be taken to the other level. And that is via Tobago's autonomy. Another missed opportunity that would have seen us in Tobago automatically receive from the budget not 4.3, but 6.8% of the budget, in excess of $3 billion, a difference of $1.4 billion, in addition to negotiate for revenue sharing of resources within what would have been Tobago's territorial waters. But Tobago, we didn't speak with one voice. And because we didn't speak with one voice, we allowed the UNC to use that as an opportunity to prevent us from getting an allocation that would have significantly accelerated our development goal for the island. The present administration now has to evaluate its priorities and get down to work. Because, Mr. Vice President, truth be told, the economic climate in Tobago is stagnant. How much more time do I have, Mr. Vice President?
You have 10 more minutes.
Thank you, sir. The environment in Tobago is stagnant. And we should take note that when the PDP administration got into power, they said that there was no money, which was far from the reality. Because the PDP came into power in December, which is at the end of the first quarter of the financial year, and was fully in office by January, which means, Mr. Vice President, that the administration in Tobago has been in receipt of the larger percentage of the allocation for fiscal 2022. They were responsible for approximately 10 out of 12 months of the fiscal allocation. So the question ought to be asked, in that period, in that 10-month period, why are we stagnated in Tobago? It can't be because of allocation. It has to be, Mr. Vice President, because of management. Okay, see, the minister informed the nation in his budget presentation that the THA was in receipt of 96.9% of its fiscal 2022 allocation. And before the end of the financial year, they will be in receipt of 100% of the allocation. So it can't be allocation issues. It has to be management, Mr. Vice President. And I want to wrap up with just to highlight something interesting, Mr. Vice President. You see, there's work happening in Tobago. There is work happening. The truth is, who's benefiting from the work? The construction projects, the work projects are now largely being done by companies from Central and South Trinidad. I have no issue, Mr. Vice President, with companies from Trinidad getting work in Tobago, because over the years that has happened. But when you ostracize Tobago-based contractors. What does that say to you? We have Tobago-based contractors, indigenous Tobago, with the capacity, the skill, and the expertise. Contractors who have a track record of quality works, who have been sidelined, blacklisted, or been downright victimized, Mr. Vice President. You see, when the contractor who is based in Trinidad comes to Tobago with everything, workers included, how does that benefit the Tobago economy? You see, when you engage the local contractor, there's a ripple effect. The employees who live in the communities, shop in the communities, thereby boosting the economy of Tobago. But Mr. Vice President, we have 6 roads, contracts given out for 6 roads that have virtually used up the entire development budget for Tobago. 6 roads, 6 contractors, all from South and Central Trinidad. In one instance, Mr. Vice President, a roofing company has been awarded a contract to undertake a major road development that require approvals from no less than 6 state agencies and consultation with no less than 5 stakeholders. And I'm not sure if any of these approvals or consultations have been completed. But the project is estimated to cost upwards of $54 million. What I find interesting, though, Mr. Vice President, is that the proposal from the contractor was submitted to the THA on the 30th of August, but the contractor received the letter of award on the 7th of September. So we are allocated $300 million from Trinidad, as some like to say, but we send the entire $300 million back to Trinidad via a few preferred contractors.
Kindly allow the good senator to complete his address and his contribution. Senator, you have 7 more minutes.
I'm almost finished, Mr. Vice President. But what is more interesting is that the projects are at 34% higher than if the same works were being done by our locally based contractors. 34% higher. I want to touch quickly on the sea bridge and the air bridge. I wish we didn't have to increase the fare, Mr. Vice President. $25. I wish that didn't have to happen. But any adjustment at this time, it may be difficult for persons, but it is almost necessary. Because in the case of the air bridge is still subsidized to a tune of $50 million per year. And in the case of the sea bridge, it is subsidized to the tune of $170 million per year. Yeah, I wish the senior citizens didn't have to pay. But interestingly, in conversation with some senior ladies at my church over the weekend, they roughed me up a little bit for the increase. And then they turn and say, but the $50, this small thing, we go handle the $50. Because we just like to ride the boat. So on the one hand, we wish we didn't have to do it, Mr. Vice President, but interestingly, one of them said to me, but just don't touch the bus. So I'm saying to the finance minister, the old ladies in Tobago are saying, just don't touch the subsidy on the bus. There is no doubt that Trinidad and Tobago is not the only country that's facing difficult times. The government's management of our economy during these difficult times have been successful. All public servants have remained employed. The energy sector has remained our mainstay, and all other sectors are rebounding, some slower than others, but nonetheless rebounding. I ask all of us, Mr. Vice President, all of us, to continue to play our part for the whole of Trinidad and Tobago. We are all important to the success of this beautiful country. No individual is more important than the other. No village is more important than the other. No town, no borough, no island. We all are important, each and every one of us. Mr. Vice President, I thank you.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Vice President, on that emphatic note, I beg to move that this Senate do now adjourn to Thursday, October 13th, 2022 at 10 a.m. when the debate on the Appropriation Bill 2022 will continue.
Honorable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to Thursday, October the 13th, 2022 at 10 a.m. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. The Senate now stands adjourned to Thursday, October 13th, 2022 at 10 a.m.